Oh, we are rolling.
Beautiful.
Like, you mean jiu-jitsu rolling or just rolling?
Not jiu-jitsu rolling, just regular rolling. Maybe later we'll do some jiu-jitsu rolling. I got to bring my mat over here, though.
Maybe you can smoke DMT and then you guys can roll.
Imagine.
Could you imagine? It wouldn't be much of a roll. I mean, he like play with me like some fucking cat toy or something.
I think that's regardless. Well, Dan Hardy, right? The MMA fighter, he used to talk about his usage of psychedelics in fighting.
Who?
Dan Hardy was his name?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. He was a famous UFC fighter.
Really?
Yeah, and he used to talk about how he used to get in the cage on mushrooms. And he said, I could see the future. He said, like, I can see that. Yeah.
Well, you know, they do that. They give that to war fighters now. That thing. Remember that article I sent you last night?
Yeah, but
they're giving people in Ukraine. They're giving Ukrainian soldiers ibogaine and like that, and psychedelic mushrooms. DARPA's doing this study. They're funding people at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, I think, to study the use of psychedelics like ibogaine and even psilocybin on soldiers and on the battlefield. On the battlefield for like for like edge detection, because I guess it enhances edge detection. Like, well, not just that, but to be more optimal with a fucking gun.
Ibogaine?
I guess
the story you sent me looked like
Did you read it?
I just saw the title because it was in the middle of the night. But the title seemed to have been implying that it's for healing, like a trauma.
I think part of it's for the trauma, and part of it is
Let's remove your trauma so you can go back to battle.
Also a huge part of it is for optimizing battlefield, like soldiers on the battlefield.
That's what it says in that story.
Yes.
That's insane.
Yes.
Maybe it's not that cool then.
To make them more accurate, like shooting.
I mean,
stuff.
That's insane. That's the wrong usage of the thing.
I can see what LSD definitely would be.
LSD, that's what they thought. MK Ultra, all that stuff, that's what they thought, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, the government's been weaponizing drugs since the beginning of time, right? If they are studying drugs, they're going to figure out a way to weaponize them, you know?
I mean, that you would think, it sounds like it should be an obvious thing for us, and yet I think that the problem is that it's an obvious thing for us.
Yeah.
Like, that should not be the attitude of humanity as a whole. Like, this idea that it's always a zero-sum game just needs to go away, basically.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's just no chance. Because you're going to get bigger and bigger weapons. You're going to be able to go wham, and you're going to destroy more things. So the attitude of the monkey is the only thing that actually matters.
Well, there is that meme, that people who run the government, those people never took mushrooms, and the people who took mushroom know why this is a problem.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, exactly, right? Oh, man. Well, it's great to have you guys here today. Danny, Goler, you're back. We had a fantastic episode talking all about the DMT laser experiment you did. And I'm sure we're going to talk more about that today and some of the new stuff you've been doing with it.
I had a blast.
And Zoltan, it's awesome to meet you, brother.
All right.
We had a fucking wild conversation last night at dinner. You are like a Renaissance man. You're born in Hungary, correct?
That's correct.
Soviet-controlled Hungary.
Yes.
Double black belt, jiu-jitsu, judo, and you're founder of the band Five Finger Death Punch.
Dabble in some music, yeah.
You do everything. What the don't you do?
And so that's pretty much it. Like, you have a check mark on life that these are the things I need to do, and I just check them. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah. So how did you guys get together? How did you guys first meet?
We met through a mutual friend who I'm never sure if he necessarily wants to always be mentioned in every context, but we met through a mutual friend, very good friend, and we basically met at an event that Zoltan is now the founder of as well, which is the PGF. It's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Would you call it a league? Was that?
Yes, a professional grappling federation, and we have Jiu-Jitsu competitions.
Oh, okay.
I was invited to come help with the event, just kind of shoot stuff and all that good stuff. And then me and Zoltan I was invited to Zoltan's house to shoot a podcast. So just do a little setup. And I had to stay for another day because we were kind of rolling behind. So then it was like, hey, can you stay overnight? I'm like, sure. That evening we sit down, start talking. He starts talking about some profound shit that, always kind of the conversation drifts towards.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I remember the short version of the story is that I asked him some question about something that he was describing in the psychedelic space. And then he kind of threw me a glance and he goes, okay. And then he kept on talking. And then I asked him another question. And then he goes, wait a second. And he goes, what's your name? I go, because we didn't really, I go, Danny. And then he looks back at our mutual friend and goes, wait, this is DMT Danny? I go, what? Yeah. He goes, bro, I've been following you. I'm like, what?
No
I was like, first of all, I didn't know my name was DMT Danny. Second of all, and he's like, bro, I'm like, and then later Zoltan was saying that the reason he looked at me is because he knew that the question I asked him, which I wish we would remember what it was, but I asked him something that he knew that only somebody who went really deep into space kind of would know that kind of stuff, because it's very specific.
Yeah.
And then from that moment on, we just literally became best friends. Like we were just like two, buttheads just sitting there and like talking till 5 a.m. about all kinds of.
He stayed a week.
I stayed a week.
Like
Kelsey.
we started a conversation. It lasted a week.
Stays at your house a
because,
week.
That's the kind of thing where somehow people who are in this space usually find each other. I always joke about it. There's no secret society. What it is everybody's underwater, and you pop your head out and look around, and whoever is out, you can see them. Kind of, like we always. We kind of have this network. We all sort of know each other.
Yeah.
Or eventually we found each other. And I heard about him. Like that was his nickname, DMT Danny. And I kept hearing the stories. And I was aware of the laser. And I was aware of Pepe, the guy who was making the lasers for me. So I knew of him.
Yeah.
Right. And I had sort of a spiritual conversation. People were asking questions, and I was talking, and I look up and I see like there's this circle around me. Everybody pulled up their chair. I'm like, oh shit, it became a lecture, sort of, right? And that's what Danny said. He asked me a question. And the reason I looked at him, okay, he cannot possibly know that. I wish I remember what you asked.
I don't remember what it was.
There's no way for you to know that if you haven't been there, right? And then he asked the second question, and that's when I'm like, okay, hold on for a second. Are you Danny?
You knew it.
One thing I can say that was kind of surprising to me is because a lot of people in the psychedelic space in general, they have this way of exploring these spaces that is very loose, so to speak. So people go into these spaces and they have their experiences and then they exchange notes. But ultimately, it's always a very shifty ground that people are trying to describe to one another, right? So people come to a conclusion about particular things like beings or spaces and things like this. But with Zoltan, it was so obvious that not just that he explored it very deeply, but also, his reputation kind of runs in front of him. So like, it's not like, so Zoltan loves stories. He has a lot of stories, but at the same time, there's the execution level is so high, right? Every single thing he touches, I call him like a master pattern recognizer.
Yeah.
The martial arts, the music. He was never taught to play the guitar. So it's like he just understands what patterns work. He just started, like what I started telling you, like he started building this property he got, and then he was like, well, maybe I'll get into like understanding some things about architecture. Pulls one of the most reputable architects in Vegas back from retirement, brings him into the project. The reason I started telling you the story is because we met the guy when he was already finishing the project.
Yeah.
He told us, completely unsolicited, he said, Zoltan is the most talented architect he's ever worked with in his life. And I said, wait, are you an architect? Zoltan goes, no, I just understand what works. So he gave him ideas that he never thought about. So like he has this one of these minds that just understands what works in terms of functionality and outcome. And that's
fascinating.
Yeah, and this is why when he started talking about the space, usually it's a conversation between two guys like, dude, I went to that space, I did this thing, oh my God, it was crazy, it blew my mind.
Yeah.
But it doesn't usually come from someone like Zoltan, who's like, on the other hand, like has all these responsibilities and serious stuff and all these businesses riding on his shoulders that he has to make like serious decisions. And somehow it all works. And Zoltan always, if you hang out with Zoltan like just one-on-one, it always looks like he's just hanging out. Like there's no effort whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I had this moment. I'm gonna share this one small anecdote. At this moment, we're sitting with Aaron, the director of the film. Again, shout out to Aaron Vanden. We were at Zoltan's show. We went to see Five Finger Death Punch, and we're sitting there, and Zoltan is sitting and talking to everybody after the show. Security, other people, like all this stuff happening, right? And Aaron and Zoltan are sitting, and Zoltan is telling him a story. And then later, we spoke to Aaron, and he goes like, dude, how does he have time to talk and talk to us? And I go like, I don't know. But I'm like, do you understand that everything around us right now, the arena, the security, everything that is happening right now, this is a machine that he built. Like, the bus is here, everything. Now, obviously, there's other people involved, and they're doing their jobs and everything. But the mind to put everything together in a way so it's like it works like this lubricated machine, that's all Zoltan. So somehow he put it together in a way that now you can just sit and enjoy and not worry about too many things. Like I said, he travels with a posse of all black belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and a full dojo just so he gets to also train. So he thought of every single
how many black belts do you travel with on your tour?
The last tour we had 7.
7 of them. And you guys just drop a mat out in the driveway and just.
So I'm carrying my mats, and then pretty much I have two video guys, both of them are black belts. The rigger light guys are black belt.
And you video the sessions?
Guys. Sometimes, but
I
it's
bet
just
that's super helpful.
So I can train basically.
Yeah,
But that's the case for the last 19, 20 years. I always had at least one, and as we were progressing and more crew we can afford, everybody I would hire people who have a skill set and also martial artists. You can expect more from a person who's a martial artist. It's because martial arts restructures your mind. You start thinking differently, right? Because I started when I was a kid. I was 9 years old, and it develops rewiring in mind, meaning like it develops a personality that otherwise you wouldn't. And that doesn't mean that you have to start when you're really young. You can start right now. It still will do the same thing, right? Because there are these moments where, okay, you have to go on the mat and fight this other guy. So what happens there? Procrastination. Can you push this fight back? No. This is happening right now, right? So you have to accept the inevitable. Like, this is going to happen right now, you like it or not, comfortable or not. This is going to happen. So you have to accept those things. And if you parallel that to life, right, things happen, and you have to deal with that. Then second, nobody can jump in. This is not a group effort. This is going to be you and the other guys. So no one's going to save you. So you have to be responsible for everything that's going to happen, right? So there's a teaching in that. And then as a martial artist, you start to, let's say that the fight starts or the match starts. And then, you have to figure this out. Right? Again, in life, difficult things are happening and you have to figure it out. You get caught in uncomfortable situations and you have to know when to fight your way out or where to tap and fight another day. Right? So that's a skill that you will have to understand in life. And the skill that my natural reaction is to figure out a way. I have to problem solve when both mentally and physically I'm being pressured, basically. Right, it's because it's a human chess game, so it's both mentally and physically intensive, right? And then as you master this, you start to realize that, wait a minute, I can also use your motion against you, right? And so the uncomfortable situation will turn into, advantages. And it's the same thing in life. That's what crisis management is. Like, you look at a crisis, like, wait a minute, I can use this. Right. This is maybe a great PR moment when it looks like a crisis, but I'm going to turn this around. So you start to see that in martial arts, what we do, it will develop traits in you that you can parallel to your career, to your life, because these are the same things. But most importantly, it becomes a reflex. Like when you have some kind of adversity, I don't think about the adversity. I immediately go to the solution. I don't even think about it. So it's that element is not there anymore. Like, oh my God,
right?
Oh my God, what do we do now? That doesn't happen. It's like the situation happens, and immediately I automatically go into solution, and ultimately go into how do I use this, whatever it is that's happening. How do I use it as an advantage? And it becomes automatic. If you start to live your life that way, it's a game now. It's the whole thing is a game. It's a chess game. So life becomes this chess game of basically strategy, and then it becomes fun.
Right.
And then once you do it for a while, you walk on a mat. You're not scared. Doesn't matter how big the other guy is. It's like, okay, he's like 350 pounds. Can I beat him? Right. I'm not thinking like, oh my God, I might die. No. It's like, can I beat him? Is there a way?
How am I going to beat him?
Right.
Yeah.
See what I mean? And so that becomes your personality. And then that I think that's one of the reasons I became successful, because
overcoming obstacles.
Because it's
Yeah.
and it's that's the thing. You you're looking at a situation, and you look at it. It's a problem, right?
It's March, which means spring travel plans are in full swing. Don't be caught off guard while you're away from home, and be sure to pack your travel-friendly medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. No need to deal with the hassle of sickness, because this compact blue case is your portable urgent care, stocked with ivermectin, Z-Pak, amoxicillin, and 6 other essential prescription medications right at your fingertips. With the Wellness Company's medical emergency kit, you can tackle serious health concerns without worrying about urgent care. This kit cuts through the red tape by allowing you to control your health versus being reactive and inconvenienced. You don't need a gatekeeper, because their medical board created a guidebook that outlines common treatments for UTIs, strep throat, bacterial infections, respiratory illnesses, and lots more. All it takes is filling out a digital intake form, and your kit arrives at your doorstep in 1 to 2 weeks. Order your kit now by heading to twc.health/Danny and use the code Danny to save up to $30 off plus free shipping. That's twc.health/Danny and use the code DANNY for up to $30 off plus free shipping. Kits available to U.S. residents only. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
In life, like, there's a problem. I look at it like, it's an obstacle I have to jump over. It's fun.
Yes.
Yesterday when we were sitting and having dinner, you asked Zoltan a question that I kind of chuckled at. You asked, "What do you do in your what do you do? Like, what do you do on a day to day?
What do you do every day?
Yeah, every day.
Yeah. Like, what's your routine?"
And that's a really funny question if you actually get to hang out with him for a little bit, because I've seen the switch. So like yesterday, you just experienced like us just talking and exchanging stories and all of that stuff. I saw the switch happen with Zoltan when somebody walked in the room and said something to him. One of these, like, in the movie moments where somebody kind of whispers something in his ear, like something happened. And you see like this immediate switch in his face. He just gets up. All right, I'll be right back. Walks outside, comes back, and something just happened, right? Something, he just solved some kind of a problem, and you never felt it as the guest. Like, he just walked outside. You saw something was going on. Somebody asked something. He had to like give input, serious input. He comes back out, hey, and you just continue with the conversation of like, whoa, holy shit. So there's this immediate switch of like, oh, we got to go into a different mode now. Okay, the warrior kind of wakes up, and then you see it in real time. It's very interesting. It's also why I realized that nothing that he does, at least from my interaction with you so far, is unintentional. So when we just sit and hang out, it's like, yeah, that's my free time. I'm going to talk about whatever is close to my heart and I want to talk about. But he never does a thing that is unintentional. And because of that, when he told me, okay, he recently just decided to come on my podcast, which is not even that huge yet. So there was a very intentional decision. It's like, no, I think this is important to talk about now, because he never spoke about this publicly ever before, because there was no reason for it. It was just, and now he felt like it's important enough. And I took that also as, well, first of all, as kind of like a check mark of like, okay, we're on the right path here. But also there's an understanding that something, even if we don't fully understand what it is, none of us, there's something very major that is going on that needs attention. And that attention needs to be put on in the right way. Not just, I see a lot of people kind of like in a lot of different communities, from spiritual communities of the awakening, UAP communities, disclosure, the rising of AGI in the tech world. All of these things seem to be like types of crescendos that are arriving, and we're all in some relationship to them. The mapping of the human mind, Neuralink, all of these things, right? Yeah. And it seems like, the truth is that none of us actually knows what the real thing is, my discovery, but I don't think it's coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think all of this is almost like the universe goes like, hey, pay attention.
Yeah, there's end of childhood.
Yeah, this conversation is going to get very meta, for lack of a better term. And we're going to talk about a lot of deep philosophical ideas and
but also practical things,
practical stuff. The DMT. I want to get into the DMT laser stuff. But before we do that, I'm really interested in hearing your origin story and where you come from and how you grew up and how you ended up here.
Origin. So, like you, Adam and Eve, or
Yes, exactly. The snake in the garden.
So basically, I grew up in Hungary. That was at the time it was a communist country. So I grew up in Hungary and set out to be a scientist. The communists had this this idea of separating people into various castes. Of like they come to the kindergarten, which by the way we walked to in the snow when I was 4 years old, 5 years old. That's completely normal. The snow is taller than me, and the kindergarten is like 3-4 miles away, and your parents just put you out in the cold. So all right, kid,
don't die.
It's that way. Don't get lost, and and then see you later. That's it. That was completely normal. Anyway, so we have a pretty different upbringing. You know, like okay, here's a spear, you go and fight for your food. It's Sparta, and so. They come to the schools and they pick out the kids and they're like, okay, you're good at this. We're gonna put you in a special school. You do good at, let's say, athleticism, and then you go to a school that is specifically for sports. And so they pick me out and they're like, okay, you're math, science, and we're gonna put you in a special school. So I had like 2 or 3 math classes every day, and that was my jam. I was gonna be a particle scientist. That was I was interested in. A moment I could read that, instead of reading books about cowboys and Indians and everybody did, I'm like deep down in the tectonic systems of the planet and particle science, and that was my jam. And then somewhere around when I was 12 years old, I had because we're sitting here, so I'm going to contact this story. I had an out-of-body experience. I had an accident, and at the time I didn't understand what happened, but I didn't look at my own body. I hit a truck with my little bicycle, and but I had the sensation of whatever I wanted to look at, wherever I wanted to go, I was just there. And I understood like, whoa, something's bizarre, something's weird. And I got up. Eventually, I sit up. I was in a pool of blood with a circle of people around me, and I just grabbed my bicycle, went home. My mother, it's a communist country. That's how it works. Like, kid, I'm bleeding out of my head. It's like, kid, don't get it on the carpet. That's it. You can have a sword sticking out of your head, and like, oh, probably you should go to the hospital. But you gotta walk because I'm busy. So that's pretty much how this worked. And so I went to the library and I started to search. And at the time, the Google search of the times were like you reading the books and then you have footnotes and you just simply find where where those excerpts coming from. So I dug down the path of eventually I found books about life after death. And eventually find Eastern philosophy. So by the time I was like 14, 15, I was knee deep into Kriya Yoga and meditation and all that. And so, and I also had issues with science. So I had a moment where when I was about 15, I started to battle my professors about theoretical math. I disagreed with a lot of things, and there are issues of practical math and theoretical math. So I had a conflict there while I'm researching and experiencing early days of wasn't psychedelic, so to speak, but I'm down on that path. Yoga, meditation, it's a science, breathing techniques, various techniques.
Because that seemed to be connected to what the idea that you were searching for with that near-death experience you had.
I understood very early the question that while we have, scientists like, Higgs and Einstein, and this is important. This is very important. Their work is really important. Science is really important. I was gonna be a scientist, but ultimately, the most important question, all these things, science is subservient of the most important question. The most important question: what the hell is going on? What's going on? Yeah. Why are we here? Who we are? Why? What is this, right? So if you look at science, why are we looking for science? And one way, we wanna make ourselves comfortable. We invent things and build things to make ourselves less dependent on physical labor, right? That's one reason for science. Yeah. But the ultimate reason is like the explanation of what the hell is happening. And I felt like yoga and these mental sciences are on the same path. This is, then try to answer the question. And later in life, psychedelics, to me, it's the same exact thing, trying to figure out the ultimate question of what the hell is going on. What is this perception? How am I alive? How am I perceiving? Not even how I'm alive, but just the perception itself. And why? And why are we here? So that's the most important question. And so while I was having clashes with certain scientific ideas, I was also battling down this path of yoga and mental sciences and trying to figure this out. And so, and in the same time, I was playing music, which is, you know, I was very interested in music. And again, as somebody who's scientifically oriented, I started to understand, like, wait a minute, music, everything is a vibration. And as a musician, I'm playing with the source code, basically. I am playing with harmonies, melodies, and the correlation. And if you think about the entire universe, is basically cymatic patterns, right? And so I understood that at that age, that okay, so as a musician, right, I am playing with the source code, and also with music, I can affect you as a human. Like, just to give a very short example, you know, I can give you a guitar riff and I put a drum beat to it. I'm going to make this drum beat a little bit shuffled, meaning that the snare will not come mathematically what it's supposed to. It's going to be a little bit late, barely audible, right? It's gonna give you a feeling that, oh man, we are cruising. Yeah, this feels good, right? It's, you know, island time. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Now I take the same guitar riff. I'm gonna put a drum beat on it and I quantize it, so it's exactly on time. It's gonna be like, oh man, let's go to war. Bam, bam. It just feels like, let's go. Or I take the same snare and I push it a little bit. Again, it's not really audible. You can only feel it. And so now snare comes a little bit early. I'm giving you anxiety, physically giving you anxiety, right? You're like, oh, we gotta go, right? So imagine if I start to just mix those patterns within a song. I give you an anxious verse and I release it in the chorus.
Was there a moment you can remember that inspired you to start practicing music and learning it?
You know, there's the obvious cliche that music kind of chose you. Right, so I don't really have I was always interested, you know. I wanted to be a guitar player, so couldn't afford it. I got a jigsaw and my parents' coffee table. I'm like, oh, yeah, this looks good. All right, and I just made myself my first unplayable but very heavy metal guitar. You know, so you had to make, you know, Eastern philosophy and Eastern life is like what we have and how far we can go with that versus a wish list of what I need to accomplish. So I made my first guitar.
Right.
I wanted to be a guitar player. I wanted to, you know, I was interested, but I don't have a specific moment that ignited like, oh yeah, that's what it is. And
what kind of music were you listening to at that age?
So I started with the British punk.
Okay.
You know, like was just like the voice of the rebellion in a communist country again, you know, and then eventually switched into heavy metal. And it was a purpose. The purpose was really like, it was not, you know, it was not that it wasn't illegal, but it was frowned upon, right? So it was like a little kid. What can you do when you're 12 years old? You're not gonna, you know, steal your grandfather's AK that he hid in the Second World War in the backyard. You're not gonna start a revolution. You need some kind of an outlet. Like, how do I oppose this? The system. And, you know, the heavy metal felt like, well, this is the rebellion, you know. So it was also, you know, loaded, so to speak, for me. That was kind of like a Western culture seeping in. And also, if you think about rock music was sort of a voice of the rebellion. Even in the West, it was, you know, it was countering social standards that they disagreed with, right? So, you know, so for me, it was both interesting as in playing with the source code, understanding that with playing with the source code, I can physiologically even affect how you feel.
Yeah.
And I've just talked about rhythm. You know, now there are major and minor scales. Minor scales are sad, major scales are happy. So I can manipulate how you feel. And I thought that's fascinating, right? Then understanding how there's a math involved with music. These are mathematical correlations. And then beyond that, it's also geometrical correlations. I see patterns on the guitar versus learning a scale. I see patterns, right? So I thought that was amazing. And it was a vehicle for rebellion. So I'm like, oh, this is perfect. So I was doing that.
Yeah.
Right? I'm doing visual art in the same time. So I went to school for that too. Like I have, commercial art and design degree. And I'm barreling down on a path of, yoga and trying to understand what's happening. And eventually science started to sort of phased out of my life. Well, like I always gonna have that scientific approach to things, but it kind of was phased out because I felt like science is a loose explanation a collection of ideas that try to explain what's going on. And there's a difference between experiencing what's going on or trying to explain it.
Right.
Right? Because I look at it, there are 4 kind of people. When it, the reason Danny said that I finally said, like, okay, you know what, I'm going to step out and I'm going to start talking about it. What we talk about, the psychedelic space, I've been involved with that for decades. There was no reason to talk about it because it's not like I needed the attention, and I felt like the world is not ready. We're just not there yet to talk about it. But something's changing. There is a end of childhood from a spiritual perspective for this planet. People growing up spiritually, and the 4 caste of people. Like there are the flower child. The flower child, we joke around, tree huggers, right? The modern, the hippies who jump into the place and it's a playground. Then there's the explorers. The explorers are people who also jump into the psychedelic world, but with a scientific mind, trying to explore that there is something more here, something tangible, something real, because our experiences correlate and we can verify that this happened to me, I saw this. Did this happen to you? You saw this too. So then we can verify each other's experiences. So something is real here, right? Then there is the observers, the scientists who watch this thing, but they want to stay outside. They they try to measure and figure out without being part of it.
Right.
And then there are the civilians who have no idea. Right. They just
the NPCs.
They have no clue that this is happening.
I don't know about NPCs, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but there's different functions, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like that today we arrived to this moment where, when there are enough attention on it, and the observer class, the scientists who generally held highly as their scientists, are taking a notice and getting more and more attention going on. That's where also the laser comes in. That's where these tangible things where, okay, something is going on here. And then is it not that our job is to figure out what's going on, our function in life, our existence, figure out what's going on. And when there's this space is opening, even though it takes a substance to get there, but it's verifiable real, then we need to explore that.
Feeling your best starts with a great product, and that's why I'm excited to have Via sponsor this episode. There's a good reason Via is trusted by over 500,000 happy customers. Via is changing the game in natural wellness. They blend powerful hemp-derived ingredients to deliver real, tangible benefits. Whether you're looking to sleep better, have better libido, improve focus, recovery, or simply relax, Via has a tailored solution for your situation. Via lets you fully customize your experience to fit your needs with products that range from 0 to high in cannabinoid levels. Whether you're looking to support your daily routine, enhance focus and clarity, or unwind with a deep relaxation, Via has you covered. I take their gummies and they're so good, I'm always breaking them up into little pieces and giving them out to all my friends. The focus gummies are amazing for doing long podcasts, and the relaxation gummies are the best for unwinding at the end of a long day. From their award-winning gummies to premium THCA flowers and calming drops, every Via product is made with lab-tested hemp sourced from trusted American-owned farms. And it ships legally across the entire USA, right to your door. No medical card required, and backed by a guarantee. Not sure where to start? Take Via's Product Finder quiz to get recommendations tailored to your needs in less than 60 seconds. So if you're 21 plus, check out the link to Via in our description and use the code DANNY to receive 15% off, free shipping on orders over $100. And if you're new to Via, get a free gift of your choice. After you purchase, they're going to ask you where you heard about them, and please support our show by telling them we sent you. Again, use the code DANNY, DANNY, at viahemp.com. That's spelled VIIAHEMP.com. Enhance your everyday with Via.
And we're there. And then so... Now, to make the full arch where I came from, growing up in that country and eventually coming here, but...
How hard was it to get out of there and get to the U.S.? How old were you?
Took a revolution. I mean, communism had to collapse.
There's a lot of history.
Yeah, we didn't have passports. We couldn't go to countries that are Western countries. We were completely aware of, Western culture, but we were just not participating. So we were sort of in a pit. Life was, the race cars were going, and we were just sitting in a pit watching the race. We were not part of it. So while we were completely aware of Western culture and we can A/B the system, right? Oh my God, that's pretty cool, and this sucks, right?
Right.
So we wanted to get out of there, but there's a minefield, like an actual minefield on the border with trigger-happy border patrol. You can't get out, and you don't have passports. And if the system was great, then you don't have to lock us in. We would have stayed, obviously. But we all wanted to get the hell out of there, and in '89 it started to cave in. It started in Poland. Actually, the dock workers started to strike. That was the first crack in the system. Like, oh, wait a minute, you can strike it. And I remember a moment when I was very young, actually, and we were watching TV, and the one TV channel we had, black and white, one TV channel, communist propaganda, does not work on Monday, no TV on Monday, and stops at midnight. That was life. And I remember that there is a transportation industry in America was striking. And then, these guys were gleefully like, oh my God, the capitalist system is crumbling, the bourgeois will fall, and, the communism will succeed. That was the propaganda on TV. And they were showing how the Americans were out on the street with the little signs. And I'm look at my dad, I'm like, well, hold on for a second. So in America, I can go on the street with a sign and yell that I'm not happy, and nobody's shooting me, nobody's arresting me, and I don't disappear. That's how that works. I need to get the hell out of here, right? And the bewildering part, like, he didn't understand what I was asking.
Right.
Because they were born
so
into that
adapted to it.
fear-based system.
Yes.
Like, they were telling me, like, kid, shut up. We're going to get arrested. We'll disappear.
Like hyper-normalization for them.
Oh, that was completely normal to them. So they were broken souls born into this system. They never knew anything else, right? So they were that experiment, the fleas in the jar that can't jump out. I don't know if you know that experience. They put fleas in the jar and put a lid on it, and they try to jump out and keep hitting the lid. And after that, you take off the lid and they will never jump out.
Right.
Because they learn that that's the lid. And so it's kind of like that. Broken souls that couldn't even imagine. When I was telling to people like, oh, I'm going to America and I'm going to play rock music, I'm going to tour the world, people thought that you're crazy. Like, that was ridiculous to them. Like, what? You're insane. That's not possible. We don't have passports. That's just not a thing, right? So I never had a doubt that I'm going to do it. And, well, obviously it's proven that I did. But, but that was basically growing up there. And 89-ish, when it's started to crumble and eventually collapsed. And once we had passports, then it's like everybody's like, okay, let's go.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then you said you spent a lot of time practicing Buddhism with actual monks?
Yes.
So how did that happen?
So once I was in America, I came here without speaking a word of English. So
Wow.
I could say like, yeah, beer, that's it.
Is it true the Hungarian language is like not connected to any of the other languages around that area?
Yes. The closest would be Finnish, but we have maybe 30 words, 40, 50 words, I don't know, that rooted in the same, word, but not really. Like, so we basically nomads, like Attila the Hun, the first wave, and then the second wave was Arpad. That was his name, Arpad, the leader who...
Arpad,
yeah.
Okay.
So basically it's in North China, Mongolia, that area, the nomads were coming over to Europe, and so that's how the Hungarians came. So we were barbarians, right? And then they picked that current territory of Hungary as their home base. So we're not, so the European languages were not connected to them.
Right.
So there's probably 12, 13 million Hungarians in the world who speak that language. It's a very different language. Logistically, it's absolutely different how it's built, And I didn't speak English. So I had to learn that. Wherever I was staying in this place where somebody left a book, Shawshank Redemption. And I had a Hungarian English dictionary, and I translated this book word by word.
Wow.
Without any understanding of, grammar or anything. So I had to translate it, probably read the book like 30 times because I always started it over because it started to make sense. And I would watch TV. I had a little black and white TV in the room, and I put on the closed caption, and I could recognize the words and the pronunciation. And once I could understand English, I would live in Barnes and Nobles and Borders and own the bookstores because they let me just sit there with a tea. It was the cheapest version. I couldn't afford anything else, right? So I would have a tea and I would sit in the Barnes and Nobles and just read. Wow. Just anything I could devour. Because all of a sudden I have this library of Eastern philosophy, Mesoamerican philosophy. You know, I read Carlos Castaneda's entire, work 3 times at least, and then all the books that I could never get in Hungary. So that was my just devouring there, and I was a seeker. So I would seek out yogis and people that I would hear about that could do things, allegedly, that are superhuman. And then I met people and I saw things that I can verify that, okay, I saw that this happened. This is not in our current set of understanding that what can physically happen, right? So I would go and meditate, and then I found these Sri Lankan monks that I spent a lot of times with, So that was parallel to everything else I was doing.
That's fascinating. Yeah, and last night we were talking about the monk who lit himself on fire during that protest.
Thich Van Duc, yeah.
Yes, in Vietnam. And you were saying that was a recruiting call. That was not sort of a protest based on the gasoline exports or anything like that.
So if you understand, if you understand the way they think, the Buddhist monks, and it's very, very similar to the shamans or the men of knowledge, so to speak.
Can you pull up that photo, Steve?
Of Mesoamerican history, right? When the Spaniards came and what happened there, they have a very similar way they relate to oppression, because the smooth seas won't make great sailors sort of idea,
right?
That spiritual or physical oppression will lead to your most rapid development as a person, right? And so if you know that they understand that concept, right? If you understand that concept, then you know that they're not going to get involved in political. The motivation is not political. And if you read the Dhammapada or any of the teachings, right, it's always the meaning of those teachings is dynamic. It's almost like you will understand what you're capable of understanding at the moment. And you read that same thing a couple of years from now, and it will mean something else. And that's the brilliance of that, right? And so there's so many of these teachings and these anecdotes that you read it and it might mean one thing, and then later you realize like, oh, that's just a seed, and there's some amazing things in there.
Right.
So if you understand how they think and how they operate, then you know that it's that there's a different motivation. So things that what you see on face value is usually not what it is, right? And that particular picture that we're talking about, to me that was a light tower moment. What I call a light tower moment is when you look at something and on face value this is a political protest, and as a political protest, this picture was one of the most famous picture in the time. I think it's 1962 when this happens.
Can you find out, Steve?
I think 62.
Pull up like the Wikipedia page about it.
And so so this triggered this major event of human rights, and so the picture was published everywhere, and it was a very well-known picture because how the world related to this, like the shocking element of like you see this monk motionless, right, just burning to the absolute most horrible death without flinching. Quan Duc, Thich Van Duc, right?
1963, June 11th.
Okay, there you go. So 63. So Kennedy was president, right? So
go back, Steve.
All the time.
Read that again.
Well, 63. So I think Kennedy was president on the time.
In June, he was still president. Yeah,
right. So this picture, this moment, right? Because of the nature of that picture, because how shocking that is, right? This became sort of and even if you read Wikipedia, it's probably still to this day going to relate to why this happened as a political event, right? And again, go back to how monks and how these guys actually think and operate. If you intimately understand that, then then you know that this is the face value, but there is more to this. And what I meant by a light tower moment, that this was a perfect vehicle for the whole world to see this, because this picture was everywhere.
Yeah.
And some of us, a small percent, but some of us saw this picture, and my question wasn't political. My question is like, hold on for a second. If this monk can sit there, burn to death without a blink of an eye, whatever power this human attained, I need to know and attain. That's incredible, right? So some of us looked at it like, oh, I need to investigate this. I need to get into meditation, Buddhism, right? Because I need to understand this is superhuman.
Yes.
Right? So it's a light tower moment, because I wasn't the only one who thought of this. A pretty large amount of people saw it as, most of the people saw it as a political issue.
Yeah, right.
But a pretty large amount of people also saw it as I saw it. Like, hold on for a second. How is this possible? There's a miracle is happening right there. A miracle is happening right in front of us. If this monk came out and says, check it out, guys, I'm going to light myself on fire, I'm going to perform a miracle, nobody would have believed him. Everybody would question, like, oh, maybe there was some kind of an ointment, or everybody would have questioned that this is real. But because it was sort of presented as a political thing, it just kind of went through the system without being questioned. But those of us who see the world differently, those of us saw superhuman powers. That if this is humanly possible, I need to know how. I need to know how to calm my mind and how to put myself in that position that I can do this. And now if you think about it, at the time, Buddhism was kind of getting eradicated, and the knowledge that these guys were, the libraries were burnt, and the knowledge that they attained and put in libraries were being eradicated. So this picture probably recruited more people to Buddhism and to this path. And I don't even like to use the word Buddhism because it's an ism. But more people was recruited for this path than probably anything else they could have done.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
Because even though there is a small percent of people who saw it as an incredible human feat, right? That's still a huge number, because the whole planet was exposed to this picture.
Can't even imagine.
Yeah, it really
being there
makes you
watching
think.
it in real time. It's just
I think there's video. There's video of it, and it's fucking
I keep trying to imagine what it's like to like
called
stand there.
The immolation. That's the name of the pictures, the immolation.
Yeah.
And and again, right there, you see something that humanly should not be possible.
No.
Humanly not should be. So right there, this picture should trigger you, and start you on a path that I need to know this. This is absolute control. Like, this is when your mind has full control, and that is the point of meditation. That is the point of the whole path, that you attain that power when you have this incredible computer in your head, right?
Yes.
This mind of us, right? And then and the train of thought never stops. So there's a constant, there's always moving, right?
Steve, you can play it for us, but don't show it on the actual podcast, because it'll get us freaking
Copy.
No, not copywritten, but it'll get banned.
No,
No, this
copy
isn't the
is-
same
I
thing, is it?
understand.
This is different.
Yeah, no, this is it.
This is really it.
I think so.
This is the same guy. It
There
looks
were a
like-
couple of more.
Unless
So
it's
this wasn't the
it's
only
a
one.
movie.
It's could be a movie, or there were a couple of more. So
I
this
thought
was
he
not-
did it to himself on the original one.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
He poured the, I mean, his students were there, but
Right.
so
Oh, those were his students.
yeah, around him, yes,
Oh shit! I didn't even realize that.
yeah. So ultimately, the point of meditation, that you have this train of thought completely uncultivated, running free, right?
Yeah.
And there's this idea of mindfulness. If you at all time you're completely conscious of what your mind is doing. Think about it. You drive home, and I ask you, like, what did you see on the way home? What roads you took? I probably don't remember. You just autopilot
Just
home,
automatic,
right?
yeah.
Right. So that means, like, that's a simple proof of you were like, took you half an hour, let's say, to drive home. For half an hour, you were not completely conscious of where your mind was and what it was doing. Or you're saying, like, hey, you know what? This idea popped in my mind. Well, it didn't just pop in your mind. Something triggered that idea. You saw something triggered it. And before this idea popped in your mind was doing something else. And you're not aware of what it was doing. So the ultimate way of existence is that you're at all times completely and fully aware what your mind is doing and thinking, and you're in control of that. Can you be depressed if you're in control? No. Can you have a suicidal thought? No. Can you have crazy thoughts? No. You're in control. And so we are not fully in control with our mind. And so the point of that meditation and what this Taekwondo achieved is that absolute control.
Wow.
So that picture right there has so many things in there.
It's like a fractal.
Yeah, there's so many things in there. Like you see a man in absolute control of his body and his mind.
Yeah.
And it seems superhuman. There's a lot packed in there.
It's
and so
crazy
some
to
of us saw that as a light tower. That's why I call it the
Yeah.
light tower event when you see this and you go, okay, I need to understand this. I need to learn this. I need to be battling down that road, that path.
And so when you started practicing this and learning more about it, you mentioned last night that there's something you can achieve, like a certain level you can achieve in the practice of this stuff and of this meditation, where you can basically like tap in to this, for lack of a better term, DMT state automatically, like by the flip of a switch.
Yes, it's a there's a so that's yoga is a science, and there's a physical elements to it, how the Kundalini, which is basically a spinal fluid, moves up on your spine, and how it triggers certain things. But so there's an actual physical exercise. But yoga has 7 different paths, and there's Kriya Yoga, and there's various forms. But it all goes to the same spot, right? You have a narrator, right? And this narrator is basically explaining to you the world as you moving around, or it's like, did I close the garage door? That's technically a voice in your head talking to you. Okay, so if the voice in your head is talking to you, that is bound by it's in a prison of the language. That voice will never say anything to you that's not being already spoken, invented.
Right. Sure.
Because it is using a language, and you're a prisoner of that language that you're speaking. Because everything, and so this voice will talk to you in that language. That's one issue. The other issue, that we have a built-in automatic filter. An automatic filter is that you have the base operating system is the survival of the individual, then the survival of a species, and so forth, so on.
Right.
And there is a hierarchy of what's important, right? And so the most important part is you to survive. That's the red telephone of like, hey, you're in danger, run or fight, right? So there are those things, but in everything else, there is like almost like there's an equalizer and what's important, what's not important. So let's say you're sitting on an airport and there's a million people talking. You don't hear anything, just noise. And now somebody's going to say the word podcast. You'll hear that word because it's important to you, right? But you didn't hear any of the other words, right? If you bought a new car, you'd start driving it around and you start to notice like, man, everybody has a car. Well, the number of those cars didn't change.
Right.
It just wasn't important to you.
Yes.
So what it means that your mind actually deletes information that is seemingly not important to you, right? You perceived it, but
Just
it deletes it.
save energy, right?
Correct. And it's just a lot of data.
Yeah.
It finds it not important. Now, here's a problem. So you have 2 elements here. One, the voice that's processing everything is in English for you, right? So you're prisoner of that language and the boundaries of the language. And then there's also a filtration system that you're not even aware of. You don't even know what was deleted. You drove home and a lot of things happened that you didn't see. Because you saw it, but I shouldn't say you didn't see. You saw it, but you didn't register it.
It's like I notice sometimes, like if there's ever like a route you are used to driving, like on a daily routine, and you're driving from here to there, whatever, and then one day you decide to walk the same route. All of a sudden, it's a whole new world.
Right.
Like I never saw this building here before. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, the question there is that, okay, So I have the filtration system that takes out information that might have been important, but I didn't notice, right? And everything that is described to me, my mind is kind of speaking to me in English. How do I get out of this? And that is the science of yoga. That is the meditation. Let's get out of the filter. Let's get ahead of the filter.
Yes.
And let's do non-verbal communication versus verbal communication, right? And a way I could prove that to you, I could point at certain things in this room. And if I ask you to tell me what I'm pointing at, right? Like, literally, we can do that. So go for it.
Microphone. Danny. Cup.
So what's going to happen?
Too much.
I'm going to outrun you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You still saw what I point at and
Yeah.
you knew what it was, but you didn't have time to formulate the word.
Right.
Right? Because that takes a microsecond. You have to reach in to the library, grab the word. Your
Right.
hard drive has a
Yes.
speed,
Yeah.
right? But your attention moved faster. So your
Right.
attention moved faster than your language could
Right.
possibly move. So is it possible to see and perceive things faster than you can formulate the word? Yes. And you knew what I was showing. You perceived it. You just couldn't say the word, right? So with that, imagine if you meditate and your language, like your mind is speaking to you. The whole idea to outrun that. You can't engage. You have to kind of like do a Mayweather boxing style. Like you're just stepping away from the punches. It's trying to talk to you and you're stepping away. It becomes a game of the mind is trying to talk to you and you're not engaging. And eventually you achieve that silence when it stops talking, right? And then the first step of spiritual realization is a self-realization when you have this moment when you realize that the witness, you're watching, you're the witness, and you watching your mind trying to talk to you. And then all of a sudden there's that moment of, hold on for a second. If I'm watching my mind, then I'm not the mind, and who am I? And that's a very profound moment of one of the major steps in spiritual, processes when you realize that, like, whoa, I can watch my own mind and processes from a different perspective. Then who is the watcher?
Sleep quality declines in people as early as 30. Chances are when you were younger, your body was creating a good amount of sleep regulating hormones. As you get older, your body's ability to produce these hormones declines, making it harder to fall asleep and stay asleep. I've tried everything under the sun to improve my sleep quality, from avoiding screens 3 hours before bed, eating far earlier, and even taking melatonin and other sleep supplements. But nothing has moved the needle as much as evening being Viverso. After 3 years of perfecting the formula, they created a melatonin-free drink mix with clinically studied, patented ingredients. It's formulated to calm an active mind, help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and improve deep and REM sleep, all without creating dependencies or causing morning grogginess. I look forward to drinking Evening Being every night, not only because it stops my mind from racing and I fall asleep faster, but I wake up less throughout the night, and I wake up with more energy and in a way better mood than with any other sleep supplement I've ever tried. And it tastes so good, which is why it's become my go-to nightcap. Click the link in the description or head on over to ver.so/Danny and use the coupon code Danny at checkout to save 15% off your first order. Again, that's ver.so/Danny and use the coupon code Danny to save 15% off your first order. Thank you to Verso for sponsoring this episode. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
Right. And so these are the two. So that's one step. Like I was ahead of the language,
Separating yourself from your mind.
yes, and I was out of the. And then so there are techniques. There are physical techniques. There are mental techniques. The mantras, little songs, or mandalas, very complicated pictures that you look at. There's various techniques and tools that that various people use to achieve this. But you can play piano or do jiu-jitsu. Because you're not thinking, why are you doing jiu-jitsu? Or you're playing guitar. I'm not thinking like, did I left the stove on?
Right.
My mind is kind of in a flow state.
Yes.
So that can be also meditation. That's kind of the base of tantric meditation, tantric Buddhism, where anything can be a meditation as long as your mind shuts up, as long as not. Right. So that's one. Second is that getting ahead of that filter, getting into that mind state when you perceive all, and you get to decide what's important. Versus the routine of you drove home, you don't even remember. right? The filter was down. You if I didn't tell you to watch the red cars, you don't know how many there were. But when I told you, watch the red cars, now you're aware, right? So we are in charge with that. So these are all practices. And then comes psychedelics.
So how do you, without psychedelics, turn that filter off?
That's basically the process of meditation. The first step of the process is stopping the language.
The language first.
The language first. Like you
Okay,
have
so
to
that's
stop that.
part of it. Got
Yes.
it. Okay, I understand.
Because once the language is there, right, then your communication is verbal. Now you're inside the box. Now now you can't. Well, and here's the thing, like about composing music, painting pictures, right? Doing any sculpture. I'm gonna give you a really good example with that because you can't make mistakes there. So okay, so if I, like everything, I see the view that everything is possible, and when I'm talking about everything is possible, is there's a potential. How to make a light bulb work? That potential was the same a billion years ago than it is now. We just didn't have the technology or the need or but how it works is the same. If time travel exists, that exists right now. We don't know how to do it. That doesn't mean that there's no answer to that. There's a way to do that.
Right.
If you need, nuclear fusion on a room temperature, if it's possible right now. We just don't know how to do it, but it's possible, right? And it's the same thing with art, sculptures, painting, music, right? All that. So I'm not really inventing anything. I'm just reaching and I'm more like discovering. Or I just bring something into this space and manifest it, right? And I would say this exercise of like if I give you a pencil and say, okay, draw a straight line. You can execute that. Draw a circle. You can execute that as perfect as you can. Okay, a triangle, square, a sine wave.
Yes.
Okay, sine wave, everything. Okay, cool. Mona Lisa. Now draw the Mona Lisa. Everything that needed for that, you executed. All the elements that it's made of, you executed, and I can see that you have full control over the pencil,
Yeah.
right? And so there should not be a problem to draw anything, to paint anything, right? And what that is, it's about you getting into this flow state, making that connection with the potential,
Like the muse.
creating a bridge, right? And holding that vision, like you're not painting the Mona Lisa. And it would be to the most obvious when you're making a sculpture. When you're making a sculpture, if you made a mistake, that piece of stone is gone. You can't glue that back.
Right.
Okay. So you have to have a full vision of what you're about to do. Right. And so that is the process, like getting into those flow states when you can create this bridge. And the reason
Yes.
I'm bringing this example, because that's kind of what happens in meditation, right? That I get into this flow state when I have a bridge to the ultimate potential.
Yes.
And I'm just giving you the example of how it happens when I compose music. I have to hear all the instruments in my head to write the song. I have to be able to do that. I have to create that bridge. If I'm making a sculpture, I have to see that sculpture in my head and hold that vision in order to make that.
Yeah.
So I'm copying what's in my mind, and what's in my mind is not mine,
Exactly.
right? So I created the bridge. I am making a sculpture. I can't make a mistake because I chipped the wrong thing. It's no longer gonna be possible to make this sculpture. And so that's the thing that you're trying to strengthen in meditation. Like,
yeah.
how do I make my connection to this universal soup of consciousness
Right.
as solid as possible?
Have you ever heard of the book called I think it's called The War of Art by a guy named Stephen Pressfield?
Art of War, yes.
Art of War, yeah, of course you've heard of that one. There's another one called The War of Art. He's a
Yes.
guy named Stephen Pressfield. He's a writer, and he talks about the idea of tapping into this muse, which
Right.
is similar to what your idea
Yes.
is of universal consciousness, where like he every day he basically follows this same protocol where whether he feels like it or not, he sits down at his desk at the same time every day and forces himself to write for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever it is. And he says sometimes he doesn't want to fucking do it. It's the last thing he wants to do, but he forces himself to just start fucking writing for the first hour. And then eventually, with no distractions, locked in a room with just his pen and paper, the muse will start flowing through him and take over, right? And then this creativity, this magic will start flowing through his hand.
So what he is doing, I could equate that to, well, that's meditation. That is the process, right? So the difference, I guess, is that we are very specific. When I'm talking about the reason I used, let's say, an idea was sculpture, because it's so permanent. If I made a mistake, that's a permanent mistake. Not even like drawing, but I can use an eraser. That piece of stone was chipped off of that rock. It's gone.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So that demonstrate like how strong your vision has to be. And I can also parallel that to your life, because that's just what I do as an artist. But I do the same thing with my life. So when we talked about like, okay, you do all these things. Well, that's how it happens. I wanted to race monster truck. Okay, I'm going to race monster trucks. I wanted to work for the space industry. I have worked for the space industry for years, right? I wanted to be a musician. Yes, I am a musician. I wanted
You worked for the fucking space industry?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Doing what? We can't just gloss over this.
He was the guitar player for the space.
We were experimenting with 0G guitar solos. No, it's like, look.
Oh my God.
It started with, not to take a big side road there, but yeah, for a few years I was a consultant for the space industry. I have been on a conversation with Anousheh Ansari, was up on the,
With who?
Anousheh Ansari, she's an Iranian astronaut, basically. Now.
Okay.
And she was on a space station. We were on a phone while I'm on a tour bus. My band is hanging from the chandeliers, throwing bananas at each other. And I started screaming at them like, guys, shut the fuck up. I have 14 minutes to be on this phone call, because then it's out of range.
Oh my God.
Everybody looked at me like, what?
Why did they want you to consult with the space astronauts?
Okay, I designed her spacesuit and her mission patch and all that. So I was a designer originally, that I was doing, 3D movies, and the short, the story, to compress the story, started with, scientists were, and, engineers were looking for somebody who can make their visions into 3D animations, so they can build certain things or get funding for certain things. So that's where it started. Then a friend of mine who was working on a flying car, which eventually became a flying motorcycle, which flew, and in the Smithsonian Museum, came to me like, hey, can you help me engineer, or at least do the representation 3D movies of this? And I do have understanding on engineering, so I started to build this thing for them, and I'm like, okay, this is not going to work, right? Like, I can see this is not going to work. How about move this here, move that there? So did some modification, and that made it patentable, right? So I'm one of the inventors on the flying, motorcycle, and we got the patent, and it flew and all that. So that was the origin of this, and then eventually they kind of sucked me into that world, because they needed somebody who has the design abilities. Right, I could do 3D animation and all that. I can design all kind of stuff, and the understanding of engineering. So I'm not going to do something crazy that's something unfeasible. So that's how I kind of got built in. And then I also did user interface design for various, electronics and whatnot. It just means like, if you pick up your phone, if you think about how it works, it's already wrong. I have to be able to guide you. I have to give you a user interface that is obvious. That's the magic, that you should not be thinking about how to use a VCR. It should be obvious, right? To give you an example, the arrows is pretty obvious. Probably ancient times, if you draw an arrow, you kind of know, like, look that way or go that way.
Yeah.
Where let's say a stop sign is learned.
Yes.
A stop sign is the color red is ancient, because you will recognize color red, warning, right? So that's sort of it's in our genetic history now. But the stop sign itself, the shape of it, is learned. So there's a science of what is learned and what is, for example, something in between. If you look at a poster, if somebody's looking to the, this way or that way in a poster, right? If you're looking in this way, right, then it feels like you're looking to the future because of the motion of the clock. If you look the other way on a poster, it feels like you're looking back to the past. And this subliminal stuff that, that's just there. And some of them is learned, some of them is inherited almost genetically, like how the birds know which snake is poisonous. They have one trial. They
Yeah.
can't get it wrong once, right? So if that was the case, all birds would be dead by now, right? By chance, right? So somehow the birds know which snake not to mess with, right?
Right.
So there's a genetic history. So a good user interface designer knows this, that what are the things that are naturally, almost a genetic history, and what are the things that are society taught you,
Right.
and how much of that you can use. And so anyway, so I was involved in that.
So
I went to
you
school
helped
for that.
design the spaceship, the space suit.
Yeah, well, that's just a design. That's like it's almost fashion. It's not like
Oh, okay.
no,
Not like the functionality.
no, not the
of it.
functionality. But but I was involved with a lot of stuff that more technical. But I'm not a airframe engineer. I work with them, but I'm not. So anyway, but I was a
Okay.
consultant for them for various things, and
Wow.
yeah,
I think
that's
I think I just
sidetrack.
I think I just realized something about you.
Right.
So in terms of meditation, the way I see it is you basically learn how to quiet your immediate field to get access to the bigger field where there's more information.
Yes.
And most people are just like in the immediate instance, constantly splashing the pond of their immediate field. They're like pop, 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 all the time,
Like the stuff that's right in front of them.
right in front of them. So then it's that's the immediate language you interact with,
Yeah.
the words you say. That's why everybody sounds so repetitive all the
Right.
time. And because you're constantly excited, that's where you believe the boundaries are. That's my mind. But if you learn different forms of meditation, what you learn is to, every time it tries to get excited, it's like asking you, it's like, hey, excite me again. And usually you just tap, right? But then you learn to not tap. You just wait. And then eventually it quiets enough and you start seeing the further parts of the mind where there's like more interconnected information. And it's actually easier to acquire some form of genius in a lot of different things because you all of a sudden see, oh, I didn't realize that's like connected. Oh, then you start like connecting all these things.
Right.
And essentially the ultimate path, the Buddhist path, is to stay not excited forever. Basically, till the moment that the full dissolution of the form just happens.
Yeah.
But the degree to which you can do that, that's the degree to which how far you can see into the mind space, so to speak.
Well, you create or recreate, meaning
What do you mean by that?
meaning that like you if you're on a human plane, we have a language, we use all the same words, same phrases, same, and I'm looking around and I take things and I combine them and I recreate, regurgitate, recycle things that already are
Yes,
here.
yeah.
Versus if I can get beyond that, if I can shut down my language center, if I shut down the chatter, right? And then I also manage to even the filter system, the filtration, which basically what we travel to these spaces, what some of these psychedelics do is just jump over that. It's
like a shortcut.
Just shortcut. Boom, you just ride there.
It just
right?
shoots you through the, yeah.
Yeah, so technically a little bit of a cheat, but we jump over that. But you end up in the same space where, okay, I'm not bound by the language and I'm not bound by by the filter system. So I all of a sudden have access to things that still you didn't create it because you just bring over the potential. You just bring over what can be, but you're outside of this regurgitated sort of recycled human space. You're not reusing existing stuff. You have a space now to bring things over and have original thoughts. I'm doing it in an air quote because it's just my personal belief that you're just an antenna, right? And
But let's say you bring it for the first time here.
But yeah,
That's the
right.
innovation.
Manifest it. Meaning, like, we're living in this three-dimensional universe that we accepted as a agreed upon reality. And by having these meat puppets, these exoskeletons of meat puppets, I guess I can call it, that can interact with this per se physical world, I can create things. That sculpture exists because it was somebody's idea. And then that was a non-tangible, just an idea. It's energy, sure, but it was non-tangible, right? So that was an idea. We could argue about it, like, what an idea is.
Well, yeah, that's a good
What is
question.
a
What is
thought?
an idea?
What is an idea? It's energy, but it's a conscious energy.
Yeah.
So that was first, and then somebody through the exoskeleton that we can control, the meal puppet, will physically capable of bringing that into this world. The same way that I need this body and an instrument to create a guitar,
Yes.
a piece, a music, right? But the idea, the melodies and all those things, the idea itself we could argue about what that is and where
Yeah.
it is from. My personal belief that there's the number of beings in the universe is one. There's one field of consciousness, and we have a capacity to capture some of it.
Yeah. Can you explain? I thought it was fascinating how you explained last night. You had the cup, and you were explaining there's a lid on the cup.
Right.
And through these practices, whether it be meditation or whether it be smoking DMT, you can basically lift up the lid a little bit.
Right.
And access that stream of consciousness or poke your head up above the water.
Right.
And you explained, I guess you had one experience with like 5-MeO DMT where the lid just flew away.
Right. So yeah, basically it's think about a jar, has a top, and we can, so you're compartmentalized.
Yeah.
You contain and you have access to a certain amount of processing power.
Yes.
Right. So processing power, meaning there's a general field of consciousness. You can call it the phenomena, you can call it God, you can call it whatever, but it's just one giant consciousness. And that's all there is. Right. And then we, as these beings, have a certain capacity to capture a certain amount of that. So we have capacity to contain or use or channel a certain amount of this energy or this conscious energy. And so basically that was the idea. Like, you are the container. We have these physical bodies, at least perceived, right? And, and I put my hand on the cup and look, that's all you got. And then certain meditation techniques or psychedelics start to create some cracks on that cup. So now all of a sudden you are connected to this universal consciousness. And if I was to take my, hand off that cup, then you are connected. So somehow you, almost like you delete the membrane.
Can you fill the cup up more and retain some of that and save some of it?
You could grow your capacity. So you grow your capacity of how much of that you can access on channel or on contain.
Kind of like building a muscle.
You're growing the cup.
Growing the cup.
Growing the cup.
Yeah. So you have and again, we're talking about something that we are using a language that these words and these concepts were not really used or often used, right? So basically we're forcing ourselves to describe certain things that there are not really words and concepts for.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we're using a very rudimentary tool when we talk about these things. That's why it's amazing when we go into the space and we can talk about things. We both describe using language. We describe certain things that we saw or happened or experienced, right? And that's the amazing part that we're giving you an 8-bit version of a 256-bit experience, kind of, right? So it's like it's a crypto punk of of what actually happened, right? So that's generally the issue, that when we're talking about these things, I'm using words and concepts that I'm kind of forcing.
They don't do it justice.
Yeah, they don't. But for the lack of a better explanation, or I could say that the point is to crack that lid open or take that lid off, and the worst part of actually coming back from that space is understanding, like, I'm getting dumber by the second.
That's what you were saying.
Right. Like, I feel it, like, man, I understand everything. I'm right here. And then you have to come back, and then you're getting dumber by the second.
Right.
Because as you're losing that connection, or you losing that access, is like,
well,
okay.
I've never met anybody dumb who's done a lot of DMT.
Right.
Everybody I've ever talked to who does a lot of DMT, they're super fucking smart.
Right. Well, it's
Like you guys.
relative.
Yeah.
Dumb compared to what, and it's one of those things.
But I think in general, with all contemplative practices, from meditation to psychedelics, any seeking beyond the immediate space that we're familiar with, the best part of it is the practice. Like, the main difference between the Eastern way of doing things and the Western way of doing things is that in the Eastern way of doing things, the emphasis is fully on the practice and the experience of it, versus the theory and the stuff that you believe about it, right?
Right.
Dogma, whatever it is.
Sure.
You might believe all the stuff about Jesus, but be nothing like Jesus.
Yes.
And you might believe nothing about Jesus, but be exactly like Jesus.
Yeah.
Just by understanding certain things about life, about experience. And the point of well, in Vipassana, for example, the main point is to keep your lid open as long as you possibly can, and you don't resist and you don't push. And then what you watch happening is that all these little wiggles that trying to convince you that something is important right now, eventually when enough time passes and that thing expresses itself fully, you realize it wasn't. And then there's only so many times this can happen to you before you realize,
Wait, say that again. All the little wiggles.
Yeah, so the little wiggles, what I mean is that all these little things, all the little convictions you have of like what you quote unquote must do right now, right? You're like, you sit there, we can make it specific. You sit there, you just basically, you scan your body in a particular way. You're trying to do that and thoughts constantly interrupt, right? Like, oh, I got to itch this place. Yeah. So that's a simple one, right? Like, everybody familiar with that. Okay, well, what happens if you don't itch? So the conviction, in the immediate moment, the mind goes like, oh, the world's like, I got to itch. Like, that's not a what if. Like, no, we got to itch right now, okay? And then you practice, like, okay, well, then let's stay 5 more seconds. And then you wait. And then eventually that itch goes away like it never existed. And that feeling of complete conviction that you have to itch goes away with it. So this sounds like, oh, that's just like an itch. Well, everything is like this. The thought of like, oh, whoa, I got to call this person right now. Because, I don't know, like, they're going to get upset, or like all these stories you have, right? Okay. Listen, if it's important and, they need to get in your house to fix something, okay, I get it, but you don't need to panic about it. But usually, most things are not as important as we believe they are.
Yeah.
And the point is that the stress that is created in our bodies because we are convinced that we have to do X or Y are actually a much bigger problem than any X or Y. So basically what you practice is, how do you let things go, literally? Not in terms of, how do you not push, not pull? If something is pleasant, how do you not get attached to it? Like, oh, I want more of that. Or if something unpleasant happens, how do you not immediately recoil and try and push it away versus like, hey, you can fix it if it's uncomfortable, but you don't need to like freak out about it. It's like, okay, how do I just stay with it for a second? That's really the main practice. Now, from that simple practice, you start understanding that really it's the concentric circles, the fractal of life. Everything is like this. So when you try and get to like a solution to something complicated, under pressure, you can be more or less successful in it, but you will for sure be more successful in it more of the times if you can have a more quiet mind. A mind that is not constantly trying to compete with a million ideas of what's important, what's not important. If you know how to quiet that pond, the right ideas find you immediately. It's almost like as obvious as I just got to pick up this cup versus all these competition that happens in your mind. So I think that ultimately when you're looking at all the practices, meditative practices and the psychedelics, the lid part is just the realization that your immediate space is not everything. And most of the time, you don't have to make as much effort to achieve things as you think you do. It's more of just your neurosis. I never know how to pronounce that word. How do you say that word?
What is the word?
Neurosis.
Neurosis.
Neurosis. There you go. Yeah, neurosis.
The Hungarian guy.
Yeah, that's the Hungarian guy.
Yeah, correct. Neurosis. So your neurosis is basically the thing that really convinces you that something is wrong, when in reality, you could have just relaxed and not say anything. So this is actually a perfect example right now, right?
So it's making you like basically, this is basically you're comparing something like myopia of the mind to
perfect
like
example.
Seeing the forest for the trees.
I just want to say this was super interesting for me. I'm watching you guys talk, and every single thing you guys are saying is so fascinating to me. And I'm like, oh yeah, I want to say this thing about it, right? And then I was like, okay, but then you just wait a second. And then, it was expressed. I was like, oh, perfect. But imagine how much this happens in life, right? Where you just like kind of like, oh, I gotta do this. I was like, well, what was your goal? Your goal was that idea would be expressed. Well, it was just expressed. So don't worry about it.
Right.
Yeah, just relax. But that is very difficult to do because we always want the self-expression. And we want to, in some way, to existence is already implying you there. And if you can be comfortable with not being implied, the degree to which you can be comfortable with not being implied is the exact degree to which you're free. Because if you're okay to be completely to dissolve into the background, that's essentially nirvana. It doesn't matter. You just kind of float there. Now, given that's a very difficult thing to achieve, because but that's really that is the ultimate seed of the ultimate path, where there's really, you can enjoy whatever happens, and you can go through very difficult times when they do happen, but the extra suffering on top of it, with all the inner struggle of the mind, doesn't actually have to be there, and you can just let it go.
It seems so counterintuitive to the way civilization is going, right? Because like everything we do, like everyone is just in such a rush to get shit done, And it's like,
and to what end?
That's what makes technology advance. That's what makes things more convenient. That's what makes more money. And like, that's what's pushed our society so far, like to where it is now, to where we literally have self-driving cars and headsets where you can fucking fuck other people across the world on, and like all this crazy shit.
But that's a great example. Like in a company, there's never, even when they say, they have an upward driven trend, right? But when like a company cannot stand the idea that there's a downwards trend of some sort, like there's a flux in everything, right? So if over 20 years the company always makes money, but some years it goes a little down, the year that it goes a little down, everybody are losing their minds.
Yes.
Why? You know what I mean? Like it's just part of a natural flow. Like if the company is constantly losing money, it's just not working, okay, that's a different story.
Yeah.
But if you can have, like you said, the myopic nature of it is a perfect way of describing it. It's if you can just relax around the downwards trends, which is literally in everything. You can't escape it in stock market, in natural processes, in your life, in every
Sell,
Dude.
buy.
Yeah, and again, it's okay.
Do another line.
Exactly. No, and this is why I keep saying, I love technology, but it's absolutely true that if we have everything, and yet we still can't enjoy it, what's the point of having everything?
Right.
Yeah, it's finding that balance, basically.
So I think that's what we were talking about is the end of childhood, for end of spiritual childhood for this planet is coming. That's why these conversations, and especially exploring these spaces, when we talk about psychedelics and DMT, is coming because what you guys right now talking about is this chaos. What's happening on this planet? This chaos comes from a very simple place. Again, none of us know what the hell is going on.
Right.
What is our purpose? Why are we here? What is it we're supposed to do?
Yes.
And in that chaos of not knowing what we're supposed to do is where all this happens. Let's build this. Let's build that. Like there are obvious things that we, as humans, we're trying to get away as far possible, let's say physical labor and difficulties. So we build machines and we build help that alleviate that necessity. Now, eventually we're going there when human labor will be completely eliminated, right? Or most of it will be eliminated. AI and technology and robots will do most of those things, and when that happens, that will be a massive change how this planet behaves, because once human labor is unnecessary, that will crush completely the financial systems, because if you don't work, how do you afford the things that are being produced?
Right.
And so that will completely change how money and finances and everything works, and how society works. Also, it will give you the freedom, like now you can do really whatever the hell you wanted to do, because your physical labor is not necessary. Also, the exploitation of that has to end, because we don't need you to, seed and harvest those, rice crops or whatever the hell, or you don't need to go and mine because robots are doing that, right? So that is coming. That is definitely coming. But there's the spiritual side of that we're going back to the times where, the great philosophers from ancient times, when they had the time to sit around and think about what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so I think our society, or species, I should say, is going back to that point where we will, what we're doing and core is what we're talking about, what our connection is. Like me and Danny and a bunch of people who are in this space talking about it is like, okay, there are answers in that space, and humanity, the entire species, needs to figure this out. Because again, there's science. Is science important? Yeah, but what science is basically looking for answers for the same question: why are we here? What's going on? Or if you just think about, if science is looking for explanations, well, thanks, you explained how it works, but that doesn't give me the answer. Why am I here still? Right. So if you can scientifically explain how I exist, or scientifically explain the processes and my biology and all that stuff, cute, awesome, yay, right? But still did not answer the ultimate question. What the hell is going on? Why are we here? Why this is happening?
The way that science is done now, I feel like it basically decided that there's one modality to understand the world.
Yes.
So the original question was always, what is going on, right?
Yeah.
And then people went about it in different ways, through religion, philosophy, fill in the blank.
Right.
Science came along, and it was another way of coming at what's going on.
Yeah.
But it produced a certain amount of tangible goods through that method that kind of verified it on a different level, because it made something that everybody can see regardless to their, inner seekings. So like, they just like, oh, it made a camera, it made this and made that.
Yeah.
And it is a very, very strong tool. But I think what the confusion became then is that is the ultimate modality, where of course it isn't. So like I always say that
Science?
Capital S science for me, in the grand scheme of things, has to be just the enterprise of human understanding. That's it. Which should include all the inner science, which is like what it's like to be you, what it's like to be a society. It has to do with everything that is contained within what we call existence, including experience and everything else. So contemplative science is part of science, capital S science. And it's only when we're going to start understanding that it's one project and bringing it together. So like the technical stuff, but also the hard problem of consciousness. Like, what is actually the connection between consciousness and all the technical stuff and how it works? And what Zoltan was alluding to is that we just started Code of Reality Inc. So I guess it's just in its infancy, and I asked Zoltan to be on the board of directors just to kind of help guide the process. He has a lot of experience both in building things, understanding what works, and our ultimate goal is to basically bring as many smart people from all the possible domains together to work on this problem without feeling the pressure of either being ridiculed, or like, we want to create a coherent picture of what it's like to have what we call capital S science. So like the enterprise of human understanding.
Science.
Well, not institutionalized, more like, how do you create a container for people to come together? There's already by the way, this is not necessarily that. So there's there are scientific endeavors that are doing it in that way, or starting to do it in that way. Santa Fe Institute are doing that. That's a known thing. They bring interdisciplinary minds onto a project. So like, if they have a problem in engineering, they would still bring philosophers or even musicians to think about the problem together, because there's certain understandings from other domains that are much more holistic if you approach it that way. Now, and those are very important things. And we want to create something that will put even a bigger emphasis on the fact that, hey, you bring a neuroscientist, a physicist, a really experienced psychonaut, work together to understand. Because I keep hearing these, like, people think they're somehow domains shouldn't be talking to each other. They'll say like, why are you talking about your experience with DMT from the perspective of physics? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, why wouldn't I? Like, it's part of whatever's going on, right? Like, yeah, but that's something that has to do with the mind. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Is whatever the mind not somehow related to everything else that is physical? And this is super smart people, and they keep, there's this confusion that somehow there's this separation because of the domains that we've created in our minds. No, that's biology. It has nothing to do with physics. What are you talking about? Of course it has to do with physics. We just don't understand that connection. So we want to create a container for people to express themselves in that environment in a way that will build towards a common goal, versus just having like a patchy kind of interaction online that sometimes maybe somebody will stumble upon some information somebody else did in a different domain. We want to bring it together.
And it's also by nature, this thing, you can't really study this thing with the scientific method. And
Which one specifically?
With the DMT experience and with the laser, like it's
Well,
not,
I mean, Gallimore's doing that, right?
Define science, right?
right, like
So that-
reductive science, like the reductive method of solving or figuring out what the fuck is going on here, right? Like
I don't agree. I think it's just broader. So I think it's just like how wide the ontology you include. So right now, if
you can't actually put it in a fucking on a scale and weigh it.
You
know what I
might.
mean?
Right. But you're talking about science when we look at science from the observation point of I measure and I verify processes
Sure.
and see if it's repeatable, right?
Yes,
But
exactly.
here's the thing. Is it repeatable? Yes, because we are going, regardless of the method, regardless of what way, and it is a chemical process. So this is scientific. Something happens that a molecule gets introduced to your mind and out of a sudden switch something on that I can access spaces that otherwise inaccessible to me. And when another person and many of us, doing the same thing, and then we can talk about verifiably the same thing, that you see the same things in that place, right? Even even as a scientist, you go, well, you guys all hallucinating. It is pretty strange if you're hallucinating the same things. So it needs to be explored, right? So, what the science look at things like, it's science if it's repeatable and verifiable. Well, you can talk about a lot of psychonauts and they're going to draw you the same, let's say, beings that they saw, the same places that they saw, right? So it's verifiably we have similar experiences. So that means we absolutely, as a species, we need to explore this, right? Beside, your body generates DMT, right? So your lungs and your mind is manufacturing this to begin with.
So crazy,
right? So so needs to be. Now, if I just go from the individual perspective and say, okay, I'm in a space and I am seeing structures, incredible structures, like incredible complicated cathedral-like structures, right? Where the Notre Dame is child's toy compared to what I'm seeing. Okay. Then, let's say I'm hallucinating. All right, let's go with that, right? If I am, then clearly my mind is capable of creating such complicated structures that was before unknown to me. If my mind can imagine these incredible things on its own, that means I need to step out of the way and let this mind roam and create and bring these things here.
Yeah.
Or I am going to something that exists, something that is tangible. And this is when, the scientists drop off, like, we don't, right? But if I can go back to the same places, which I can, I've been mapping this for over a decade, and going to same places, have familiar places, and then we have conversations with people who also going into this space. That's what I mean, like childhood ends. This conversation is now out in the open. I haven't been talking about this, but I am, because now a lot of people start to understand, so we have common references. If 15 years ago I told you or told anyone this, they would look at me like you're crazy. We have to have a common reference. Now, enough people being in this place, when we have common references, there's a common library. Even words that we use. People talk about the machine elves.
Yeah.
And everybody knows what you're talking about, whoever been in that place.
That came from Terrence, right?
Right. But the thing is, like, when you have many people saying the same thing, then it's like, okay, there's something to this, obviously, right? So if that's the case, then these places we're going to are more likely to exist than not. And what would fulfill the scientific, question here? That if we can talk about the same place completely independently, describe it to each other, many of us, and it aligns, it's parallels, then absolutely we need to explore this. So I think it's an absolute necessity. That's why I said there's 4 cats. There are the flower childs that jump into this space and like, woohoo, colors and explosions, awesome. There's that. Then the scientific minds, the explorers like us who go into this place and okay, what's happening here? We're going in there with a purpose and a question and explore. And then there's the scientists who would like to measure things and looking from the outside. And there are research on this, right? But they're not researching it with using the molecule. So you cannot have the experience. So that's it's like that's a difficult, that's the barrier right there. And there are the unaware who have no idea.
To be fair, DMTX is doing that, but I would say they are one facet of a much larger attempt at this, and it shouldn't be limited to the way they're doing it. And I think the main difference to what you said about it, I guess you can't quantify it. That's because you didn't have a wide enough of a sample of it. So it was repeatable, but not repeatable enough, right? Now it's repeatable enough because you have more people doing it more often, and they can actually. So you had Dennis on, right? The legendary Dennis McKenna.
Yeah.
Wait, wonderful book. That he wrote about.
The Brotherhood from the Scary Abyss.
Incredible book. And here's the thing: what happened to him was particularly interesting to me because he was the one experiencing this incredible opening of whatever happened to them in La Chorrera. And it is also the thing that made him recoil and go a different route into science. And then somehow through science, he acquired this separation factor that I feel that when you train in proper science, it happens because you basically are trained to be less and less fooled by your own inadequacies and thoughts and all of that stuff. But it's almost like you're now being convinced that there is no place to your convictions and all the stuff that you're experiencing. And the truth is that everything we do is just conviction in the aggregate. Everything we do, like I always say, especially in neuroscience, is some consensus between what we can see that the brain is doing at the time that somebody's reporting something.
Yeah.
And then we just collect that data over many, many individuals. But that's the cash value is from somebody reporting something to you, right? So if you have enough of a sample, and this is where things like the code actually come into play, because they're repeatable enough for you to potentially try and actually probe in a way that you would anything else in science. It's not like when you go and see the beings, it's like, well, describe to me the being. Well, it was a big spider. Wait, was it purple? No, it was black. Interesting. Okay, but you saw a purple one? Yeah. I wonder how many years it would take us to reach any kind of consensus this way.
Right.
Especially because we know that the worst kind of data point on the planet is hearsay by a witness, right? So it's like, okay, you have to be able to record directly from the brain, right? But if you have something as concrete as the code, you can potentially do like perturbations to it, see if actually something changes. Now, it might pan out to a different degree and not pan out to other degrees, but that gives you the freedom to actually exploit it in that way. Now, to be fair, again, specifically with the code, people like Gallimore, in a very good faith way, from a scientific standpoint, say, well, I do think that with all my expertise, I'm saying that yes, there are hallucinations that should be able to be mapped on this perfectly as you're describing. Fair enough. Let's explore that proposition. There must be ways. The question should never be like, can you explain it away with science? It should be, okay, is there a counterpoint to what I'm saying? Yes, great. Let's explore how we can discern then whether it is what A or B. We should come up with experiments to make the discernment versus saying, can science explain it in the way that we perceive it currently? Sure, but we should explore how it explains it. And maybe what we should question is certain assumptions that science makes about the world. Because I think at this point it's pretty clear that at least physicalism, as it's perceived in the most naive way of it, which is like there's just physical matter and then there's just us arising from physical matter, I think that's pretty clearly out.
So I think it was really interesting what Gallimore said on that video. Where he was explaining, what you explained on the podcast was this term called Objecthood.
Yeah.
So it's like this idea of, and correct me if I'm fucking this up, but like I see this can, right? And I know it's a can because I've seen this a million times before, right? And I know it's on the table because I've seen this table a million times before, blah, 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 blah. But if it's the first time I'm seeing this can, I'm going to be like, whoa, like it's going to like freak. I'm not going to know what to think of it because I don't have any sort of frame of reference for this can, right? To know that it's real and it's sitting here on this table.
Just a small correction I think matters. It wouldn't be the can, it would be a can that is of a completely different gestalt. So you have what's called gestalt. So they're basically frames, right? So you have, this is, with the way we perceive the world at the moment, you can think of this level of qualia for each and every one of us as a gestalt. So it's like, that it has a quality to it that I recognize, that I never think about because it's the water I swim in.
Right.
But this can is part of that gestalt. It's like, I know. So if another can appears with a different writing on it, you're not going to freak out. It's like, oh, why does it say, these letters?
Right.
Well, what happens in DMT, which is why it's so interesting to so many people, that there's no argument about that, the reason it's so unique is because it's a completely different gestalt. Like it's a
Right.
completely different thing that you've never experienced before if you've never done it before.
Right.
That would be equivalent to that Ken you're just describing. But even in that space, and this is where it gets kind of dicey, because on the one hand, Gallimore's point is the reason that DMT is so interesting from a neuroscientific perspective is that it seems to be extremely coherent. And we know the brain is not just receiving like a camera, but it basically does a lot of guesswork according to what everybody knows to happen. So it's projecting from the inside. So if something immediately comes to you that you've never seen before, of a completely different flavor, and it's super coherent, well, that's difficult to explain in neurological terms because the brain is not just, again, receiving like a camera.
Yeah.
It should have some form of inner representation of it. With the case of the code, and this is why it's very unsatisfying because you kind of have to see it to really understand that point. When you project the laser on the surface, the reason that it's very difficult to postulate that it's somehow the result of the light hitting that particular surface in a particular way combined with a really psychedelic substance, because whatever you see is not even on the surface. It's almost like you're now seeing a subspace that is hovering within our space, and it goes infinitely into the z-axis with extreme coherence,
Right.
and it doesn't kind of dissipate as you would expect a random pattern to be. It's a completely coherent framework. It's its own gestalt, and it's completely coherent on its own
And
right.
your eyes are open when is not so. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've only done DMT
Sure,
once.
yeah.
So when you see stuff, is it typically in 3D space when your eyes are open, or is most of the stuff you see with your eyes closed?
You mean in DMT with general?
Yeah.
It depends what you do.
Like
with it.
anything.
Yeah.
Like remember when you saw this
You can
console?
get-
It's a choice.
Yeah.
You can choose.
It's a choice.
Yeah, you can choose both.
So some of it would be, this is why it's dicey, because some of it would be mapped on as a result of the extreme condition that your brain is under. And in that way, your brain might be transforming some things you already see and transforming it into something else.
Okay.
But the claim that we're making is there's other things that are not the result of that. They actually exist and you become aware of them. So now the question is, how do you discern? How do you make that discernment?
Yeah.
Which is where the conversation around the word objecthood comes in.
Yeah.
Gallimore's correction, just to be super fair to what I said on your latest podcast, was that Anil Seth is using the word objecthood not to describe some objective component of what real objects would have. Now, it's not actually what I was saying, but I understand his correction because maybe it came across as if I was saying that. So I'm not saying that objecthood, that quality that Anil Seth is talking about, is somehow an objective component, and this is how we can discern what's real and what's not real.
Right.
But it is a good enough of a parameter to use to triangulate what might be more that thing that just exists and we become aware of versus the thing that is like a hallucination, where it's just something your brain saw that is now incorporating into a larger cognitive structure that it's making by itself. Because for all intents and purposes, the one point that is constantly being missed, what is physical matter? Because in the end of the day, even if it's all mind, even if it's idealism and, mind is the most fundamental thing, whatever you picture about the world, something is regular enough that you can't walk through the wall.
Right.
And I actually asked this when I was out with Gallimore, we were like meeting face to face, and I asked him like, but what is in the context of everything you know, right? How would you define what's out there? Like, what is this physical thing? And he goes like, the multi-billion-dollar question, man. Like, that is the question. Because even if you do believe that everything is spiritual stuff, ultimately, something is happening that prevents you from going through the wall.
Yeah.
And
There's
that
a rule
part,
set.
there's a rule set. And that part is constantly being overlooked by modern neuroscientists, it seems, that they're saying, no, but it's all, it's all mind. I'm like, sure, but we have to talk about what is it that gives it this quality of being physical, because there's clearly a difference between that and what I'm like. There's a reason why it's so difficult to manipulate the physical stuff, and it's so much easier to manipulate the mind stuff, right? There's a lack of malleability there that needs to be talked about. This is why physics has to enter the picture, and you have to combine our understanding of physics, because there are abstractions. Nobody has ever seen an atom and all of that jazz. Sure, that's true. However, these abstractions help us to understand certain functionalities that we can make predictions on, and it checks out. So like the reason we can build complicated things is because we understand something about these processes. So how do these processes then connect to what we call consciousness? Not just from a philosophical perspective, because where DMT is exactly this margin. It is the event horizon between the physical and the non-physical, because it is so profoundly real and at the same time not physical. So it kind of, like the event horizon is like, that's where quantum physics and classical physics meet, because it's such a extreme condition. Extreme conditions allow us to investigate the deeper parts of nature.
Right.
DMT is an extreme condition that allows us to probe into that question. What is the connection between the physical and the non-physical?
Like, look at your dreams. You can have a dream where your eyes are closed, but you're dreaming of the beach. There's light on the beach, right? Your eyes are closed, but you're experiencing in your dream of full color, the smell, the feel, and you can have even a lucid dream that you wake up from. I'm not even sure at the moment when you wake up, like, oh, was that real? Oh my God, you're still almost physically affected by the dream. What happened there, right? How real is that? And what's the difference between right now and the dream?
Right.
Right. And so there's this idea that, not proven yet, but the idea is that DMT is the reason that's the fuel
For the dreams.
Right? That's the full fuel from the dreams. And so when we talk about that event horizon, right? And you look at the dreams and how real is that and how real is this, right? The only difference is when you talk about the mind's work, it's the same. The only difference is that in this reality that we perceive, if I move this cup and I wake up tomorrow, it will be still there, right? So wherever it is, tomorrow I come back and it will be there. So there is some kind of a permanence of this when we...
And the code has that.
Right.
That's what I meant by
Exactly.
the code has objecthood.
That's why
it's clear to you it's there.
Yeah.
Just by observing it. So now it's very difficult in linguistic terms to give you the, people now email me all the time, obviously, with like billion theories, right? And there are as many theories as there are people, right? That's the easy part. You can come up with all kinds of theories. What I'm personally interested in is what is it that we can postulate about the world along the lines of what we're talking about here, with like the connection between consciousness and physicality, that is actionable, repeatable, testable. Most of it will not pan out, just like in everything else in science. But my point is it should squarely fall within the purview of what mainstream science is, and it should stop being this margin thing that we're doing, because it is the central substance of what, in fact, is going on. We have to be able to say something concretely about what it is, instead of keep relying on very vague general statements like, well, the brain is a very powerful machine. Like, okay, well, you said nothing. Because, like, sure, you just said I have a magic wand that can do anything. That didn't explain nothing. So, like, what is it that magic wand is doing specifically to make A or B or C happen, and how it relates to what we can actually probe? I'm in the habit of talking about some of my ideas, but only to illustrate that there are concrete ways along which we're thinking about this. They might not pan out, but here are propositions. What I'm trying to do is to encourage more smart people to think about this in these terms, in serious terms. I think the holographic principle is exactly correct. And there is a way to map. So the holographic principle is a principle in physics. I think we talked about it a little bit last time. But essentially, I want to see if we can map onto what is happening with the laser and us and the universe in terms of a hologram. What is each component in the setup of a hologram that maps onto what our real world is? Because the holographic principle is one of the most promising frames in physics at the moment. So I think it's exactly correct, which is that we are a holographic projection from a two-dimensional filament. I think we're a three-dimensional projection from a four-dimensional projection from a three-dimensional filament, but that will take us far afield. But I think that in a hologram, you have the source light coming in. It's being split by a beam splitter. Each beam goes its separate ways. This one goes to a set of 2 mirrors or 1 mirror. And this one goes to a set of 2 mirrors or 1 mirror. And then this one goes to an object, hits a screen. Okay? That screen records the information that the beam hit after it already passed the object. So if the first beam comes from here, hits the mic, from the mic it goes to a screen, the screen records the information. Just like in a photo.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, the difference between a photo and a hologram is that the second beam that was split from the original beam comes to the set of mirrors from the side now, and it meets this first beam here right before it hits the surface.
So it's stereoscopic.
Essentially, it measures not just the amplitude, but also the phase shift. And that gives you this ability to basically measure more information about from all directions of the whatever it hit, the mic in this case, instead of just hitting the two-dimensional imprint of the mic.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
So what I think, here's one proposition of how to think about this problem, and we'll see if it checks out. I think that our consciousness, whatever it is this is called the reference light, the one that comes from here. So I think we are the reference light. Literally, our consciousness is a form of light. It's a reference light that hits the source light. It came from here. And where they meet, the source light and the reference light.
Where's the source light coming from?
Big question. So that might be the source, God, whatever you want to call it. Okay, if you want to use esoteric terms. I don't know what the source is. I have no idea. Whatever started it all. Okay. But where they meet at the sheet, which in our case I would say it's the bulk, which is space-time, okay? The sheet that registers everything is the substrate of whatever physical matter is, whatever space-time is, okay? So when the reference light and the source light meet, that instance, together with the bulk, they create the triangle that creates conscious moment. It's the information being registered in real time. And I call it the pistons of consciousness. Like it's that of like instances of actual consciousness. Now, this sounds super theoretical, esoteric, cool. I think there's a way to map this in a way that is testable. Because we can say, okay, if this is the reference light and this is if we are the reference light, certain things would be true and other things would not be true.
Like
what are they? For example, there would be a related angle to perception, specifically with light, so diffraction, for example, that would yield a certain kind of observation the second we get to the details of it, and wouldn't yield other kinds of observation. So if I make the turn 30 degrees, it would create a certain coherence of the image, and if I go 50 degrees, it might not create the same amount of... Now, we have to get to the details of that, and I need a lot smarter people than myself to actually think about that because there's a lot of math involved.
Yeah.
But here's an example of how you can think about this specifically. You have to come up with a theoretical framework that would lend itself perfectly for experimentation. And then you have to run the tests. We tried 30 degrees. Didn't work. That must have been wrong. As Feynman famously said, if it disagrees with the experiment, it's wrong. That's the part that I feel that is missing. You either have people that are so far deep into the experiential side that they simply don't care about experiment. They just want to keep everything being whatever they think it is. And you have the other side, the extreme on the other side, which you have this form of rigidity where people just go like, no, it's only what we can verify with external tools.
Yes.
That's another component of it, I agree, but it is not the whole picture. There's certain things that we, as the collectors of data that we are, can experience that at the moment other instruments can't, and that should be taken into account. It complicates things, I agree, because people have aspirations, ideas, confabulations. We're not a perfect, thing. But even though it complicates things, it's the only way to go. Because you have to include what we're experiencing if we see that we can, recruit the right kind of people that are interested in finding out what's true instead of, constantly just believing whatever it is. So you have to kind of bring it to a central point where you both take into account the hard experiments, but you also take into account our agreements of what we think is going on in that instance, and that's somewhat to get. But this is just an example. I'm not saying it will necessarily pan out, but there are ways to think about these things in concrete ways, and I want to encourage more of that. And I do think that actually explains quite a bit. So, for example, if you look at a hologram from the side, like a regular hologram, right? If you can envision it. If you notice, the reason I'm saying we're a 4-dimensional hologram and not a 3rd-dimensional hologram is because the hologram when you look at it, it's actually 3-dimensional only it's implied. because it's a two-dimensional sheet. The third dimension is implied. The fact that it looks like it has depth, right? But there's no actual degree of freedom. If you would be that hologram, you can't actually move in the third direction. It's just implied. But you can move in two degrees of freedom.
You can't walk around it and see it from all angles.
If you would be that hologram, you can't, right? But we can move in 3 dimensions, which means that we can't possibly... The third one is not implied. The third one is actual, which means... So there has to be one more dimension that is implied, and I'm claiming that's time. The reason we cannot move in time on our whim, because time is implied. It seems to be there. There's the change from moment to moment that we experience seems to be there, just like the third dimension is implied in a hologram. But we have 3 degrees of freedom, so we're a 4-dimensional hologram projected from on a 2-dimensional sheet, which is the bulk, which is space-time itself. Now you can say, well, the bulk is actually 4-dimensional. I'm saying that time is actually implied. The bulk is, the surface of it is 3-dimensional. And again, this actually lends itself to real experimentation. Like, is there ways to curve the surface in a way that we can see that if we do that, then time would appear to move slower or faster, depending on our perception of it, which we know to actually happen, right? And again, this is where
we can do forward time travel. Like, that's been proven.
Well, at least your perception of it is, right? Like it's like somebody charges you $50 to move 50 minutes in the future, and then you just go in there. It's like, okay, it'll take you 50 minutes to move 50 minutes in time. You have to somehow explain what appears to us to be the case in terms of what we think the larger structure is, which is what the business that physics is in, right? It's just that it's constantly omitting the first-person experience. And I'm saying you cannot omit it anymore. You have to somehow explain the fact that we're experiencing things a certain way. It's part of existence. And neuroscience will tell you, well, these perceptions, these apparent time changes in your perception, they're just in your perception. Fair enough. But is there a way to test for that? Is it possible that time for you is actually moving slower, just like physically it's moved slower closer to a mass in physics?
Right.
Is it possible that it's actually, your brain is taking less computational steps? Is it possible that it's actually moving slower because of whatever happens in your mind? I don't know, but I'm claiming there's a way to discern these things, and it needs to be entertained more seriously in that way.
Whoa. I'm going to pretend like I understood everything you just said.
and then you can ask the question about time. Is there such thing?
Yeah.
Just the perception of it.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting idea, right? The perception of time and time being a dimension. And like, how does the dimension of time specifically relate to DMT?
I don't know. One thing before you jump into that, I do want to say, because it's important. We just conducted the first official magnets experiment.
Okay, yeah.
That, for all intents and purposes, I think most likely is actually bunk. Like, I think it actually doesn't work.
Okay.
But here's an example of us actually trying something.
Okay.
Something happened there one time, actually, with my fiance, weirdly enough. All the subjects, including myself, we couldn't see any difference. So the experiment was, we put a magnet behind the surface, we projected the laser on the surface from the other side, we smoked DMT, we look at it, and I thought we're going to see some change because of if a magnet is powerful enough in the back.
Behind
the surface. So if I just have a sheet of paper, I put a magnet here, so you can't see it from here, right?
Right.
And then you project the laser from this side.
Yep.
And then I'm smoking DMT and I'm seeing the code.
Yeah.
I thought that if the magnet is powerful enough, I would be able to see some kind of a change from this side that will tell me where the magnet is, even though I can't see the magnet. You understand?
Understand, yeah.
I couldn't.
Nothing, no change.
So far for us, no. However, there was one instance where we had a camera from above that sees like almost like sees both sides at the same time. My fiance, she just kind of jumped in and she just like, we probably, Aaron got very mad. He's like, we can't use this for the film. Like, okay. But for the experiments that might be viable, she saw, well, she didn't see, but she, I guess, guessed 5 times in a row where the magnet was. Exactly. So that was strange, because I have to admit, I didn't see any difference.
Okay.
So either there's some other component here we don't understand, or she just got super lucky. I don't know. We have to look through the data. But I just want to emphasize this because this is how it should be. This is how people should go about this. They should try whatever it is they think that might work. I don't know. I don't know why we didn't think of actually putting, because we had not that powerful magnets, but they were pretty powerful, like 100-pound magnets, and we should have used more of them, like also on the laser itself to see if anything. And we had my good friend Pablo is an engineer. He helped us create the rotating magnets experiment by Persinger. He helped us create a device, who, by the way, was suggested by John Chavez. Shout out to John, who also, by the way, invested in our film quite a bit. So thank you, John. And basically, the rotating magnets is something we can maybe put the laser in between and rotating the magnets and see if that does a difference. We didn't do that. We're learning. The larger point is there should be more of that. We should just test this in this way, and if it doesn't pan out, doesn't pan out. But we're going to keep trying. And I want to encourage more of that. This insistence that where I feel that I mostly depart with the way that Andrew chooses to go about this. Again, I have tremendous respect for him, and we had since then really great conversations. But where I would openly disagree with him is that there's this insistence that DMT is so crazy that there's no way anytime soon we will ever be able to make sense of it. I'm saying that attitude actually shoots you in the foot, because if you decided that, of course, you're not going to make progress. You have to believe that it's possible to actually discern certain things.
Yeah.
And maybe even he does think that in other ways, maybe he just disagrees with the specific way in which I'm doing it. But this is the way I choose to go about it. And I want to encourage more people to do that and not to get caught up in what they want to be true. If it doesn't work out, say it doesn't work, so we can proceed to the next thing, so we can try another thing, so we can all think about it together.
Well, and one of the things that he said, which struck me, was, or one of the questions that he asked was, what makes this code any more real than anything else that you see in the DMT world, right? Like, for example, like the beings.
It's closer to what this is. It appears
closer
to
what this table is.
Yeah.
So it's always the same thing.
It's matter-like.
No matter who it is.
No, it's as real. I'm claiming it's as real as Jupiter is there. That's what makes it different.
Huh. So, like, when you explained that console thing that you saw, you explained that sitting in 3D space, that was anchored.
Yeah, it just exists in
to the floor. You could walk around it and see all around this whole thing that was there. So it was similar to that.
I see it all the time.
So that would be the equivalent of, you still see it all the time.
100% of the time. Every time I smoke.
Every time you smoke, you see the console?
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh, yeah. Did I send you our Laszlo, our VR guy? He's much more than a VR guy, but he's also a VR guy. He created a fully immersive environment with the representation of the console in it. And it really delivers how real it is. Now, this is like Zoltan says, an 8-bit version of the real thing.
Right.
But it delivers how real that is for me. But that's just me. The reason the console is much less impactful is because I don't know what to do to make other people see the console.
Oh, right. Okay.
But I can show you the code.
You don't use any sort of external devices like the laser to see the console. The console just
it just appears. It's as real as this mic for me. By the way, the console, just a small anecdote and unrelated to, not going to be that interesting probably, but the console was doing something when we were shooting that experiment that it never did before. Usually the console opens up and it has a lot of sections all over the room, and only the very small sliver of menus come and like follows me, but the rest of the console just kind of hovers in the room. It's almost like the body of the console, right? It has different sections. One of the sections, the more physical sections, the one that is just always there.
Yeah.
Came out and started scanning the people who were looking at the laser. I've never seen that before. Yeah, it was like a plate that came off it, and it was scanning them. Like, it was interested in what we were doing. I've never seen that before. Again, this is one of these, like, trip report. I don't know what to do with that. It's not people say, hey, can you release the next video of the console? Because I'm working on one. And I'm like, dude, I need to have some information there that I didn't have the first time.
Yeah.
And I don't have that yet. I want to say something new. I don't want to just keep repeating, what we already said. And if I'm not sure, I'm not sure.
Zoltan, how many times have you seen this code?
So maybe 4.
4 times.
4 times. But the idea is that eventually this will reach a critical mass. There was a time when we had an idea of a geocentric universe, right? And who thought that was geocentric? The scientists. It wasn't the workers in the field. It was a scientist who agreed to, and so there's a scientific class agreed to something that wasn't the case. And then came, Copernicus, Galileo. There were people who thought, well, I don't think that's the case, right? And at the time, that was the craziest idea. It almost cost their lives. They definitely cost their freedom, right? And it had to reach a critical mass where it flips. People start to be interested in this deeper because there's a critical mass of people, right? And that's what. So that's kind of what's happening. That like what Danny was explaining is he's actually approaching it in a very scientific way, right? Of scientific mind will get into this space and will try to analyze it, and that's the point of these experiments. That is there a scientific way to prove beyond the anecdotes that there's a code, we all saw it, right? That's an anecdote, and how do you physically prove that? But eventually there are going to be enough people to see this code. That's what I mean by a critical mass will happen, or enough people venture in this space. That's why I said end of childhood spiritually, that more and more people venture in this space, and our anecdotes start to be parallel.
Right.
When it's just simply not, I'm coming from a pragmatic, more a spiritual direction than a scientific direction, but I'm just pragmatically saying, like, when 10,000 people say that, hey man, I saw this, and our experiences are verifiable in a way that there's a mass of people that saw this, right? Then it's not possible to ignore anymore. It is asking for the scientific community, like, well, we got to look at this, right? And the whole idea of basically creating the DMT TED Talks, a community that can start comparing notes, and then there is enough data just alone by witnesses, right? Then is it tangible evidence? Well, when 100 people saw you rob the bank, you probably robbed the bank. It's just one of those things. So,
by the way, did I tell you that we might have figured out a way to see the code without the molecule?
No.
What?
Yeah. So David Carter, the other board member, who approached me a few months ago with the opening line, "You don't know me, but I've been following you for a while," which is and disconcerting.
Stalker.
You probably get that a lot.
Yeah. No, he's incredible. Carter's incredible. So he basically, I guess the best way to describe is who he is a large. He would say is a organizational expert, but I think he's a large scale problem solver. So basically, he worked from everything from government projects, software development, is big into crypto and AI now. He understands what makes big processes work. He even worked on some classified, projects. And he said, look, about a year ago, back then when he reached out to me, I ordered the laser. I saw the code. I never reached out to you, but I started basically talking about it in my circles. And because I have a certain reputation, people listen to me. He said when I would go to these conferences, I would when we're at the end of whatever, conference we are, I would whip out the laser and start showing them. And I said, wait, what were you showing them? It's like, well, here's the thing. I have a certain kind of reputation. So this was a prop. I was removing one more step for them to venture into. So instead of me telling them there's this laser, I'm like, oh, here's the laser. And I would just turn it on. It's just a simple diffracted laser. But I was telling them, I've tried this. I've seen the code, and I was explaining where you would see it. And people got so interested because they are looking for this next step of understanding. So David recently told me that I haven't seen it myself yet, but he is, there's a certain, reputation that he has with being accurate with what he's saying. He said he thinks they figured out a way to see some visibility of the code with these old sensors of Sony cameras that had this night capability. And if we string a bunch of them together, I think we'll be able to see it much more coherently. Now, if it's true, that will automatically change
the conversation.
Entirely. And there's also a team from Japan that apparently from 2014 was collecting data from light coming from stars. And they discovered that they can actually discern statistically at this point pretty concretely that there's information in there. There's some kind of a code. There's some kind of glyphs running in there that is not pareidolia. They can actually discern that now with machine learning.
It's not what?
Pareidolia, which your tendency of your brain to just make shapes out of nothing, because your brain is really good at creating patterns.
Yeah.
So they can discern that this is not it, that it's actually real information of some sort. So all of these things are kind of converging, but I just wanted to mention that because Zoltan keeps referring to the end of childhood of humanity.
Yes.
I really think that all of the stuff that I mentioned before, these crescendos that are all arising at the same time, the reason that you have all these like very animated conversation here about, God and like what are these, the disclosure and all of this stuff, is because something is happening that is bigger than us, but not in an esoteric sense, but in an actual sense. It's actually happening. Mm-hmm. And whatever it is, and the reason that I guess there's, maybe urgency is the wrong word, but maybe more of an attention needed on this than currently is being allocated to it. That is an important component. We can no longer pretend that it's just a 9 to 5, we go to work, everything is normal. Even the people that think of it more in terms of like I think the UAP community, the disclosure is a good example, is because I've had the conversations with people from that community. And when I ask the question, have you ever considered what you're going to do the day after the disclosure? There's always silence.
Yeah.
Because that's really the important part. Okay, disclosure, now what?
Right.
Like, what do you? How do you envision yourself being a moment after?
You got to find a new dragon to chase.
That's exactly it. So
it's interesting that you said about the light out of the stars, because in that space, I did have that experience that it's much more than just light. And I saw this scientific paper we're talking about, like, well, the electromagnetic processes within a star are much more complicated and much more than the processes in our brains. So is that possible that they have consciousness? Theoretically, yes.
yeah, yeah.
That's kind of insane, But when we're talking end of childhood, like, look, if humanity, right, realizes its purpose, like if that question gets answered, of why are we here, what we are doing, right? That would be such event. That probably the most monumental one. And it sounds to me that you're gonna most likely find that answer or get closer to that answer in that space, not in the scientific explanation of how processes work.
Mm.
The process is just a result of the much deeper space.
Right.
I was gonna ask, when you're studying this stuff and when like you try to help more people become more aware of, like, the only way to study this is to have obviously lots of people look at it. If you have 1 million people look at this thing and 900,000 see it and 100,000 don't,
Or to see a way to substantiate it on a screen, or to send the information directly into some kind of a chat GPT.
But at the same time, when you're saying like, we're seeing this code, like, how do you eliminate this confirmation bias that they're expecting this to see something? You know what I mean? 'Cause isn't that a way to that people would attack this? Say, look, these people are expecting this, and they're already seeing something. Like, it's not double blind.
So
right?
that's two separate things. One is the people attacking it, which they will. It's just natural.
That's how you make stuff stronger.
That's fine.
Right?
That's fine. So that's a non-point for me. People can attack it all day. If it's real, like I always say, as Terrence used to say, it can take the pressure. I don't mind that.
Exactly.
The second part of your question is, even Gallimore, you haven't watched the full video yet, but at the end, he says...
I finished it last time.
Oh, you finished?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So you know how he says, which is actually a self-contradicting point, which I alluded to in my response video, which is, he says that priming doesn't have this longevity that people attributed to it with the code. And yet he himself somehow...
Priming doesn't have... So, okay.
It doesn't have this longevity. So priming is, if I give you a cold drink to hold, if you don't know me and I ask you general questions, most people would have more negative kind of things to say about the person. Same thing with a warm drink and the other way, okay? That's priming.
Okay.
I'm priming a certain state that makes certain general occurrences more likely. priming does not work with specific content, hyper specific content that I would gonna convince you. If I say, so this is easily testable. If people think it's priming, take a group of people that you know for sure didn't hear about this, right?
Sure.
And then tell them about elephants. Inject it subliminally, talk to them about it, do all of that. And then show them the laser.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
if they still tell you they see Japanese letters, can we then agree that this is not it, right?
Yes,
So that's easily
totally.
testable.
Okay.
The other
Got
point
it.
that people make, which is like, oh, but, which by the way, I've done. I've told people something else and they came back and said, I didn't say what you told me, but I saw these weird, they said Chinese. in
Like
the game.
me, I saw the gears.
The gears that you see in the beginning, yeah. But it's just the way it appears. So, but the other point of like, yeah, but if you do make it big enough, I was like, okay, hold on. So you're telling me that you believe that if one guy can say something convincingly enough, you can then convince the entire earth that something is there? Well, then I think that's a whole phenomenon all by itself we should study then. Right. Because what are you talking about? People go to the DMT space all the time, right? Mm-hmm. How do you know about the machine elves?
Because I've listened
Somebody
to
told
people
you
talk
about it
all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
so
like,
are we saying, oh, we shouldn't talk about machine elves because if we're going to keep talking about it, it's going to be confirmational bias, and then how do we know if they're real or not? Well, the only difference here is that I'm claiming that this is actually real, which was already in the zeitgeist, already in the conversation. I think it's the level of emphasis that I'm giving it that people are uncomfortable with. They're uncomfortable with the amount of certainty I have about it, which I get, right, which I get. But at a certain point, you have to admit when you do know what you know. So the reason that I'm saying things with this amount of conviction, the things that I am saying I'm knowing with conviction, again, to remind everybody, the only thing I'm saying that I know for sure is that whatever it is, people say, why are you calling it the code of reality? I don't know, it's a placeholder. It kind of looks like a self-executing code. Do I know it codes for all the environment and everything? Of course not. Here's what I know for sure. Whatever that is, exists on its own side even when you're not looking. It's a real thing. Or if you want to say, yeah, but everything is mine, okay, even within that frame, whatever it is that you mean to say, the external environment, within the perception that everything is mine, okay?
Yeah.
However you want to play the language game, it is an external thing to you as you are perceiving yourself right now. That's a real thing. That's all I'm claiming. Mm-hmm. Why I know this with absolute amount of certainty? Well, there's a certain long process I went through personally over years and years and years before I even spoke about this publicly, where I actually never assumed anything about it. I just allowed it to unfold. I just kind of looked at it for what it is. I didn't really land on any conclusion or anything. And eventually, with a lot of hammering into me, with like insistence from the other space to say, yo, what else do we need to show you? And I'm like, wait, so you're telling me? They're like, yes, it's what this is. I was like, oh. They're like, thank you. So then eventually you go, okay, I know this is real. I no longer feel the obligation to pretend to think that maybe. I don't think that maybe. I know for sure. Does that mean that everybody has to have this amount of conviction? Of course not. But I don't feel apologetic for the amount of conviction I have, because at a certain point there is such a state of the brain, of the mind, called knowing. It's a very limited knowing. It's a very small portion. I'm not claiming to know the ultimate secrets of the universe, but I know I can't walk through the wall. Do I know this? Yes, I know this. Do you know this? Yes. And anybody who insists otherwise is just playing a weird language game, right? You know you can't walk through the wall. Let's not be silly. Okay, I know that the code is there as much as I know that I can't walk through the wall. So at a certain point, I have every right to have the conviction that I have, and I can defend these convictions, and anybody else has the right to criticize my convictions, which is exactly the situation we're in. The move that the other side sometimes makes, which is like, if you would just have less conviction, I would be more comfortable with it. Well, that's you.
That's not how this works.
That's fine. But we're going to have the conversation with the amount of conviction we're going to have for both ends about it. And the only thing that would substantiate it ultimately is if something comes from it, if something that can actually comes to fruition from it. Up until this point, the main criticism was, well, if these things are real to any degree, how come they always so elusive? How come they don't really leave any mark or like real information behind? Well, here it is. Here's the thing. Let's start playing with it. And now people push the horizon even further.
Do you ever get the feeling that maybe this stuff wasn't meant to be studied and scientifically
Why is
proven?
it discoverable then? That seems to be an arbitrary
maybe that's
point.
a paradox. Maybe maybe it just wasn't meant to be known by everybody. Maybe this thing wasn't. Maybe this thing isn't meant to change humanity, right? Maybe it's not meant to help humanity mature or evolve. Maybe it's just for specific people to discover on their own, and it's not. Are you familiar with this study? There was this John Hopkins study that went on. I just had this journalist on here named Travis Kitchens, who was a part of a John Hopkins psychedelic research study in like the 90s or early 2000s, with a couple. What were the gentlemen's names who started that study? Like the guys that were like the pioneers of the psychedelic renaissance were a part of this study. And it was this study where they brought in a bunch of people from different religious bunch of different religions. Like they brought in a Buddhist, a Jewish person, Christians, people like the heads of all the faiths, right? Who had different religious beliefs, put them on psychedelics and tried to find out what the common theme was behind all of their experiences and how they projected their own religious frameworks onto it, right? And they had this hypothesis of this idea called perennialism. I don't know if you've ever heard of perennialism, but perennialism is this idea that all religions came from one common source. Like they're all drawing from one source, which goes back to like some of the stuff like Brian Muraresku talks about is like the Eleusinian mysteries, and the Greeks were experiencing this psychedelic. They were going into this DMT state or this psychedelic state where they were seeing God, right? Or they were experiencing these things that eventually got translated into different religions, right? For different reasons, which, religions kind of like Christianity spiraled out of control and became, this thing that we know of today. And like, it's like the ultimate goal of this was trying to find one common core to all religions and to all human belief and the core of human consciousness almost, right? But it's like, to me, and what Travis pointed out great was like, I don't think it really matters that much, right? Like if you're a Christian or if you're a Buddhist or if you're a UFO person or if you're a psychonaut who thinks that, whatever you believe, as long as your belief makes you a better person, more power to you.
I tell you why it doesn't map onto the way I see it. Because the answer to your question, is it possible that it's not meant to be entertained by everybody and it's not supposed to help us? The answer is, of course, maybe, yeah, maybe sure, maybe you're right. But that's a lot of maybes, right? The more reasonable way to proceed, I would say, is to look at how any other big understanding in human history ever happened, which is always a correction of the map. The reason that in some domains it might be okay to hold opposing views about different things, but in other domains it isn't. I forget who gave that example, but it's a perfect example. The example is, if you think you're in a ship and you go out and you just open the window, crack the window because you want some more air, but you happen to be on the submarine and you get confused, it really matters. No, forget about the fact that you can't really open the window in a submarine, but let's say you could.
Right.
The point is, if you don't understand the situation you're in, you might make moves that can be detrimental. So making the map match the territory is a very important endeavor. And just notice that whenever people sailed outside of the domain of the current conviction of society, either intellectually or physically, into the ocean, you're going to fall off the face of the earth. What if, just stay here. What if hey, wolves are going to come to the village, either you like it or not. You have to understand always the larger environment you're in. It's just the nature of the game. And if then you want to say, well, look, I understand the game has worked this way so far, but maybe this is it, this is the limit, well, that's an arbitrary limit.
This thing can be connected, though. You can connect this to the conversation you were saying about the various religions, right? And what Danny just said. So there's actually a connecting element here. One is starting with every single religion, right, is in the realm of verbal communication. Yes. What we talked about originally, the filters and beyond the filters. And so it's in a box of language, right? So whatever religion that is, the search is the same ultimately. The question is the same. What are we, where we came from, is there an entity that created us, or how does this operate, right? And all that happens in the verbal realm.
Yes.
Because regardless of the religion, they use a set of a language, be it Sanskrit, being Hebrew, being English, being whatever it is, right? You are operating in that box. And everything that you can talk about is a loose description of something. So you have to move outside of the box, outside of the language, and move beyond that point where it becomes an experience. When it's an experience, I'm pretty sure the experience is exactly the same to every, in quote, religion. The split comes from the different culture and language that you're explaining or talk about the things. But if you go to the experiment part, which is outside of language, which is before the filters, right? That takes out information, then it's probably exactly the same. It's your description of your experience is what difference, right?
Yeah.
And then what Danny was talking about, the functionality of yes, it is our purpose maybe to go and experiment and figure out things and have answers to this ultimate question. What are we doing here? Why are we doing it? Now, you equate it to the submarine that you might open a window that you shouldn't be opening, right? This could be true, that we could be barreling down in paths that, that are not exactly optimal or even detrimental, right? But if we just stay with the absolute pragmatic basics, then the experience of it, right? When it's non-verbal, it's most likely the same. So this is the language and the descriptions that separates it into different buckets of religion. And the question always gonna be the same. Why? Why?
Right.
What is the purpose?
Right.
So that is a fundamental question of all. Everything else is a subset of that.
Yeah.
The ultimate question is, what is happening? Why is it happening? What is our purpose?
Right.
Why? That's it.
And I think that's part of the human brain's operating system, is to ask that question why. Because everything comes from something, right? We both came from our parents, we came from our grandparents. A tree comes from a seed planted in the ground. But where did the first one come from? The very, very first one is only by us being able to have the gift of reason is to believe in a God.
I don't think it's human. The question is
life.
General. Right? I think in any other species exist in this universe will have the same questions, the same exact questions. It doesn't matter that you grew up in a different solar system, in different circumstances, the question will be the same.
And it would be asked on the level that you can entertain. So for an amoeba, the form of the question would be, how can I be more comfortable? Oh, this is too hot, I'm going to move to the shade. But the question always drives the process. Right. That's a completely natural thing in existence itself.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
So to then put an arbitrary stop to it because of other things we think we understand, because notice that everything you described, they're also conceptual frameworks.
Right.
There are also other things that people claim to understand. So it's just a competition between the frames of understanding.
Yeah.
So the example with the submarine more illustrates, what if there's something you're supposed to do and you're not going to do because you didn't understand where you are? Is there a cliff there and you thought it was just a two-dimensional shape, but it's more than that. So you have to understand that you're on that path, right? And so the answer to most times, should you know? Almost in every instance, it's yes. It's always better to know and then to do something about it versus not know. There are some limited cases that I would say, if a meteor is hurling down towards us and we have 3 weeks to live, is it better to know? In this limited instance, maybe not, because in 3 weeks we're just going to panic and it's not going to be better.
Right.
But these cases are much more rare than all the other cases. Is it good for us to know how to synthesize polio or to build the atom bomb?
Yeah.
Well, it's good for us to know that that's a possibility and then kind of work around it. Because to say we shouldn't have never discovered it, that's just postponing the moment in which it will be discovered someday. It's always better to know something and then to do something about it properly. And that's why I'm saying the attitude of the monkey is we keep pointing to these external things as the blame. But it's if we can get our act together, then we can stop pointing.
Right. I can drop a paradox on top on this.
Please.
I can drop a massive paradox. Okay, so because it makes sense, right? That we should know, but knowing that we shouldn't know is also knowing. I'm gonna give it to
Yes.
you. I'm gonna give you into an actual experience that I personally had in the space, deep in the space. I've been there hundreds and hundreds of times. And there are different levels, and I'll give you an actual example when it's non-verbal communication, how data comes to you, you just know, and it independent of time. So meaning when you're in that space, you just all of a sudden know something. And it's almost like it didn't really take time. So it's not like there's a book of knowledge and it takes time to absorb that.
Yeah.
It just, I understand. And it's instant, right? And so there was this moment where I realized that we are being in that space, and when you reach us this idea that like what is that the Buddhists talk about, various paths are talking about this oneness. When we took off my hands from the cup, and then you realize like, there's this one consciousness, right? And there's the obvious question, like, why are we compartmentalized? Well, in that one consciousness, it's absolute. There is nothing else, just this one consciousness. And in that state, if you can absorb that for a second, it's the loneliest existence that it can be. It has no companion because there is nothing else but it. That's it, right?
Just one.
Just one. But that one, this universal consciousness, this soup of everything, is one coherent consciousness. And it is, for a lack of better word, it's the absolute loneliness because it has no companion. However, in a second, you're compartmentalized. Now, in a cup, you're a sub-process, right? Then you're not in that absolute consciousness.
You're surrounded by others.
Correct. So out of a sudden there are process and there is noise. There are experiences can exist, right? And so I had this perception of the job, our purpose is that every possibility can be experienced, and it's almost like your function. And it will take away some sort of an anxiety of human existence, because am I doing my purpose? Yes, we all do. Our purpose is to experience, live this life. There's no way out. You were born into this life and you absolutely have to live it until you're not living, right? Yeah. There's no way out. That's the process. And the process is that you're living at one set of possibilities. It's your possibility. Your possibility and your experience is not going to be anywhere near to anyone else's. It's very unique to you, right? And so this set of data was fed to the absolute consciousness. This experience, yours was fed, and yours was an all of ours. So this, the phenomena, God, whatever you want to call it, experiences all the possibilities, the infinite possibilities, and you are that subroutine that experienced this one. So whatever it is you're doing your job. You're living your life, you're experiencing, and you're feeding the data. Now, you do have free will, and you can choose what you're going to experience. You actually do have that power. But the process is you are living your life and feeding the data, right? And in that particular moment, I had this understanding of, if I'm out of the pen, searching for that consciousness, searching for God, searching for those things, if I was meant to understand and meant to know, it wouldn't be hidden.
But it would also not be foundable, don't
Right.
you think?
It is.
If you were meant to find it,
if I meant to, well, here's that's the paradox.
It wouldn't be foundable even in principle.
Well, but that's the paradox, that you can experience that, but immediately the experience is, don't look for this. Do your job, which is experience life. Go live, experience, and and have that, feed that to the Akashic records or whatever you want to call that, right? That's, if you understand that, then it takes away some kind of an anxiety. Now, it works for me.
This experience that you've had, some people call it the void. I've had it. Michael Pollan talks about it actually on the Joe Rogan Experience, where he was so grateful when he came back that it was content. He was like,
right.
"Oh my God!"
Didn't Rick Strassman also talk about this?
It happens to a lot of people. I don't know if he specifically talked about it.
I think he said he was on 5-MeO DMT and he went to like a white room.
Yeah,
Right.
the whiteout or the void. Yeah. So the thing, to me, I'm hearing this, and I've had this, and Zoltan is absolutely right. It is the most gutting feeling you can possibly have. But I always say, I think there's still something to be said about the fact that you're experiencing it from some unitary perspective. You're
Right.
still an ego experiencing the ultimate just loneliness, right? So
Yeah,
that's why it's so gutting. But because on the other hand, you have other people that are talking about, like, when you experience that, it's just the biggest bliss of, like, the fullest freedom. But I would say that specifically with the code, not necessarily with this, because with this I am open to interpretation and all of that. There might be a balanced place. I agree with that. With the code in particular, something else jumps at me, which is the fact that it is recognizable on the level of a human. Because if this is some kind of a thing that codes for, the function of reality, it could have easily been just the wiggles, just the signals. Why does it appear as a language that is discernible to creatures like us?
Right.
That is the question that makes me feel like that's a breadcrumb versus, and the fact that it wasn't a happenstance. It wasn't like a laser was on and I smoked some and I saw something. I was like, what is that? That's not how it happened. I aimed there for years and something was giving me hints. So all of these things together, and it didn't feel like one of these, like, to the degree that I can discern energies, the energy of whatever that was guiding, it was light. It was like a blissful energy. It wasn't like the other thing, right? So in that sense, can it mean that we now have to come and face something that is difficult to face? Maybe. But that means that we were led to that, and that was part of what we need to go through in the next step of evolution. This part of the conversation, whenever I get to it, I'm very careful because I don't really know what is unfolding, like Zoltan said. But my strong intuition is that it is unavoidable, and we're going to experience it in different ways either way. Like, we're all going to experience it in some form, this transitional moment. And it's shrouded with so much speculation that I'm not sure that, I think that more words confuse people than do any good. But the most general thing I can say about it is that everybody kind of feel that something is happening, and either you're a person, some kind of a aboriginal person in somewhere that you have zero technology, it's going to communicate to you with as much coherence that it needs to in a way that you understand as to anybody else who's living with a super advanced technology. This might be just our version of how it's trying to express itself. And I know it sounds super esoteric, but my intuition is that whatever it is, it's not, people talk about 2050, 2040, singularity. My feeling is we have maybe 2 years. Like, this is not like in 20 years from now. This is now. It's now. It's happening. So, like, it's no longer a drill. And the degree to which some of us can understand it and help become part of the process they're trying to unfold, which a lot of it is actually letting go of the self-control, letting go of what we think we understand. This is a very big practice for me at the moment, because the more I talk about it, the more the weight of certain kinds of responsibilities kind of dawns on me. And then the only thing I can do that keeps me sane is to constantly drop into the space of, like, feeling what it feels like to be the unit that is doing this, talking about this. Mm-hmm. If I start telling you something and inside I have this, like, very strong impulse, I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'm not supposed to talk about that. So there's, like, maybe not right now. So I'm constantly aware of that. Is it anything more than some ideas I have in my psychology and maybe nothing more? Right. Maybe. Completely open to that. But we have to stand somewhere to make some assumptions with certain amount of certainty. You will never get to a place. You surf, right?
Yes.
Great. in any activity that has real outcomes in real time, there's certain things that become super clear. You have to have a certain amount of one of those things is you have to have a certain amount of conviction about your ability to do something to be able to do it. The more you second guess it, there's way less chances you're going to enter flow or any state in which you can actually execute a task. How it exactly happened when you were on the wave perfectly, every single muscle of the body maneuver you might not be aware of. But how to drop into that space is the thing you become better and better at the more you do it, right? But notice that there has to be some level of conviction. The more you second guess it, the chances you're going to crash are way higher. And that's with everything. If you want to entertain a scientific idea, you have to have a certain amount of conviction that it might work. I'm not talking about biases.
Yeah.
It's like you have to know that there's maybe a cash value there. Okay, then you proceed. If you second guess it to a degree where you're not even going to it can be infinite million other things, you're not going to have enough of a drive to even act on it, right?
Yeah.
So that's where I'm coming from. I'm going to entertain this frame, see if something comes out of it. I am in full liberty after a certain amount of time go, you know what? We tried it. Didn't work. Let's go back to the old frame. It's a legitimate move. There's no problem with that. And I think what most people don't recognize is that we're always doing that. Like even our current conviction of the scientific zeitgeist, this is also a form of a thing we agreed upon. That's a good way to do this so far. It's going to take a lot to replace it if we ever get to replace it. Fine. But you have to have a certain amount of conviction to kind of go in the face of it, but not even resist it. Just like I always say, whatever it is that we're going to find has to also match everything else we already understand. It's never going to replace everything. That's not how it works. Right. So I guess my bottom line is there's a certain fluidity and a certain amount of rigidity that we have to constantly play with that can help us find our place in this unfolding. And I'm fully aware that this kind of talk immediately sounds more like a sage would be talking, right? It's like, oh, you have to, but I don't think it has to be. I think we can talk about things that may be unfolding that are greater than our current ability to understand in a way that makes sense to us collectively and personally without constantly asking one another to pay a penalty for describing it in that way or another way. If I'm understanding what you're trying to do, I'm not going to waste energy or try and correct every single word you say. I feel you. Like, I understand what you're trying to say to me. And if you're struggling with saying it, I might even help you say it, right? That should be more of the attitude.
Right.
And that also holds the seed in all human endeavor. In science, in politics, in everything. If we have a little bit more charity towards one another, it's like, what are you really trying to say? Oh, okay, I get it. And again, I'm aware that what I'm saying right now sounds like, bro, what are you talking about? Well, you were just talking about science. Now you're talking about some kind of a human interaction. It's part of it. If everything in science is done, we have the scientific method. Awesome. Let's go with it. We don't have to be dicks about it.
Right.
Like, scientists don't have to be dicks to one another to achieve an accolade. Right. That's part of it. If you're going to work together on something major, wouldn't it be better if we also feel comfortable and safe to do that in a way we can explore? It's like, oh, that didn't pan out, but we don't have to make you feel like shit about it. And I personally don't care because I'm not in that world really, and I have all the love that I need in the world. But I am noticing that it's a big pain point for scientists. I have two physicists who are totally on board to help out, but they said, I have to be consulting. I can't put my name on it. I'm going to lose everything.
Right.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Back to Galileo, man. That was a scientific community that held rigidly that idea. And, we can play the whataboutism all day long. So the conviction of the experience, that's what you're talking about. Like, you have an experience and you have a conviction that I experienced this. I'm looking at a code or I experienced this particular thing. Then, I could jump in there and start questioning like, well, what is existence? That's whataboutism. How about that? How, you can, at one point you have to drop anchor. And the anchor is, I have seen that code. I have experienced this. I got to anchor myself in those, like, well, it happened to me. And I saw it and I perceived it. And if it happened to me, I can't care less about 8 billion people saying otherwise. Because
Right.
everything that was ever invented or discovered, at one point, the person who discovered it or invented it had to have a spine and the shoulder strong enough to carry the weight of nobody else on this planet in this moment believes in what you're saying or what you invented, right? It falls on you because you invented it or you saw what you saw, right? And so the truth is not by consensus.
Right.
And it's my truth. I saw it. And that to me is unquestionable because we can play the whataboutism like, yeah, but are you really here? And is this world really exist? We can play this all day long. At one point, you have to put down the bricks of like, okay, well, I am going through this life. I am experiencing this life. I feel like I am here. There are processes and logical processes and feelings and ideas that hovering inside my head. And I, regardless of, I myself could pull this apart, like my perception and what is really happening and are we really here and is this just a hologram? We can play that all day long.
The truth is not in consensus is
but-
very powerful.
Yeah, but at one point I gotta drop an anchor in something. I have to have a solid point. Right now my solid point is like this. I know nobody in this room and nobody outside this room has a fucking idea of what's going on. Not one. There's not a person on this planet that knows what the hell is going on. Not one. Nobody knows. Everybody's guessing. Everybody's just have ideas. There's no absolute. Nobody knows. I know that. And that itself is absolute. That I at least know that nobody knows.
Right.
There are things are unknown and there are things are unknownable. And then you can logically come to some conclusion that certain things are unknownable. Right?
But
Like
I think
the
that
human mind can't really deal with infinity and those ideas. Like we already know that we can't. But at one point, you still have to drop an anchor. So if you have these experiences, if you saw that, if that's your conviction, you gotta put down that brick and say, I'm defending this brick. This is my experience. And there's nobody alive on this planet that can not just question it, but attack that in any shape and way. This is my experience.
Right.
Your universe is your universe. It's my experience, and I'm sticking to this because I have experienced this. So I'm gonna put an anchor in this. And if you don't do that, there's nothing. There's no starting point. There's nothing that you can possibly build. There has to be something. And
But the small thing to add to that is that in order for that to hold water, you first have to acquire the ability to have a certain level of discernment, which is important. You did a certain amount of work on yourself that you trust your own experience in a way that not for everybody, it's that solidified. I have that to some degree, you have that to a larger degree, but it's also because you have more of, I guess, what you would call external accolades to rest on, to say, I tried things my way, they worked out. So now whenever I walk in a room and somebody starts yapping business advice at me, I'll let them yap, but I'm like, you do you.
Right.
I did it my way. Look around you. That's what I've achieved. What did you achieve? So that gives you a certain amount of confidence in your convictions. And I have some of that in other domains. Some people, I realized, don't always have that because they are never really dropping an anchor ever, or for whatever other reason, and they never really land on something that pans out. So from that perspective, it's very difficult to trust yourself and to trust your convictions. And I do appreciate that because it was pointed out to me in one of my daily lives. It was pointed out to me, and I never thought about that. And it has to do with a certain ability to track what is going on to a degree. And if it pans out enough times, well, it's almost like check marks. It's like,
it's
okay,
a pattern.
yeah. So, but the second you achieve that, and this is the thing that it's funny when people think that I've kind of like went with the first idea I had and just kind of ran with it. Couldn't be literally the opposite of that. I've experienced this space thousands of times, and so much that I'm like, okay, I think I have a say in what I think each thing in there is because I simply visited it so often. So I have some discernment that I trust. Would it be just that thing and also nothing else, like even just the console, let's say? Would I be speaking about this with that amount of conviction now?
Right.
I don't know. I think that it's because something came out of it that I can show other people, or at least to a substantial number of people, that basically gave me that check mark of like, Something is there, and it doesn't matter what you say until you don't address the exact direct thing that I'm seeing. You can say whatever you want. They're like, have you considered this? I don't need to consider it. I have the direct experience of it. Yeah, that would be the difference there.
I mean, we talk about the patterns within the agreed upon reality, right? That you repeat certain patterns, and we can play this game of like, okay, I do this, or you do this or that, and then keep repeating, and you recognize a pattern that this is possible so. You can always establish like, okay, this is the truth in this agreed upon reality, because in this agreed upon reality I repeated a pattern, and we can all verify that happened. Let's say in business, or it doesn't matter if I'm going to snowboard, play guitar, or do business, or paint or sculpt, there's a pattern in there, in all those activities that are the same. Essentially, there's a pattern. So it doesn't matter what I'm going to put my mind to, I will excel in that because I understand the pattern that underlies. And then once you do that enough times, then you can say, okay, in the agreed upon reality, I demonstrated that I can repeat this pattern in whatever shape and way, and it will succeed. But in the not agreed upon reality, I reserve the right to be absolutely insane. Yes. I could be a schizophrenic person will be convinced that somebody's sitting over there, right? It doesn't mean that we just call this person schizophrenic, right? It doesn't mean he's wrong. It just, we don't see what this person sees.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. Like, the truth is not by consensus, right? So because we have much less people who see ghosts and spirits and people that we perceiving that they're not there, we consider them insane. That's not necessarily the case.
Right.
It's just because we are a majority, we're going to say, oh, yeah, he's insane. He's seeing things. It doesn't mean he's wrong. We just don't see what this person sees. So, I reserve the right to be insane.
Yes.
But this is why I'm saying that to me, the bottom question, at least at the moment, is what is the relationship between the mind and matter? Because matter seems to have this universal, to us, universal democratic thing where it doesn't matter how crazy you are, you try to walk through the wall, you ain't doing it. Right. That is an important point. What is that? Why is that way? So ultimately, to me, the encouragement again is to just broaden the spectrum of entertainment, of how many things we entertain and we want to include in the ontology that we're building on, without getting lost. It's a fine line. I'm trying to push the ontology just slightly out, saying, hey, the thing that we want to consider seriously is a little bit right outside of what we currently do. Can we just push it out? I think it will solve a lot of problems. That's really all I'm saying.
What I want to talk about, we talked about it last night. What do you think happened when you said you got kicked out of the DMT space?
Right.
Was that the same experience when you experienced this oneness, this one conscious loneliness?
No, it's
that was different.
Is that Neurogum, by the way? Before you...
no, I have some though. You want some?
Sure, I'll have one.
I'll go grab some.
Neurogum it is.
I feel like I don't want more coffee. I feel like it's gonna fly me to the moon. Have you tried Neurogum before?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Is it whatever?
It's a gum that supposedly does something, and I don't know.
Chewing gum is like...
It's like...
No, I'll...
So here's the thing. I'm already...
He's going to be talking, so perfect.
Here's the thing. I'm already doing 200 miles an hour, so when I go 201 miles an hour because of the Neurogum, it will not make a difference, okay? So it would only matter if I was, a mentally...
into the mic.
A turtle, and, so I don't know. It's a percentage game.
Let me get one.
So yeah, the getting kicked out experience. If you Google this happens to a lot of people actually, right? And so, which also underlines that again, there is something that happened. This physically happened to me. So I can verify it in my physical, concrete existence, or agreed upon existence. This is our agreed upon existence. In a second I go into that space, we're no longer in the agreed upon reality because we can't verify those rule sets that then it talks about, like I can't walk to the wall, right, is now applying to all of us, right? So we have an agreed upon reality, and the agreement is that I can't walk through that wall. Now in a second I'm in that space, right? The rule set is not yet established. There is a rule set, But we just don't know that rule set yet, so we have a hard time to agree upon the reality of that space. It has a reality, it has a rule set, and there sometimes something happens that I can verify that, like getting kicked out, right? So that happened to me, that I got kicked out. I can tell you the little story why and how that happened, but the physical proof of that is, number one, research it. Getting kicked out of DMT, and
Can you
gonna
find
see
it, Steve? See if you can Google it.
hundreds of people will talk about like they got kicked out for various reasons and for various period of time. And what happens once I got kicked out, I couldn't get back in.
My friend got forcibly kicked out of hyperspace.
Yeah, that's, it's. I'm pretty sure that you're gonna find hundreds and hundreds of these recounts.
Yeah, on Reddit probably a bunch.
Yeah. So, but
It's like, I would search be like banned from DMT
Right.
Space or something.
So what's the importance of it? The importance of it that you're gonna find that some, hundreds of people will verify the same experience that has happened to them, right? And when it happens to you, you can compare it to the agreed upon reality. And the agreed upon reality, right? There you go.
The DMT itself was banned.
Right. That's funny.
It was banned from outer space.
That's hilarious. So,
All right.
so what's the implication? What's the importance of it? So when you get kicked out of the space and hundreds of people will verify that it happened to them, then we can be discussing that event in our agreed upon reality right here. And the agreement is that they got kicked out, trying to get back, and they cannot. They can smoke as much DMT as they want, and they cannot get back in. Almost like some kind of receptor that is open to, access that space is not shut. A door is shut, and no matter how many times you hit that cartridge, you cannot get back in. And so if you're going to read that, you're going to probably find that hundreds and hundreds of people talking about this. So whatever happens in a DMT space where we don't have an agreement of the rules yet,
Try Chrome.
right here, we do have an agreement of the rules, right? And the agreement is that you got kicked out, you hit that cartridge, can't get back in. And every single person will recount the same thing. So something happened that we can all verify. That alone is very interesting because it affects the agreed upon reality that we can talk about. It's with its rules of can't walk to the wall, can't do this, can't do that, can't fly, can't get back into DMT. That's not part of, can't get back into DMT space is not part of, because it happens right here, right? So if that's verifiable, and then I say, okay, before you got kicked out, what did you do? What happened? And then you're going to find similar stories. See what I mean? So in some way, this is what I'm talking about. Like there's going to be a critical mass when we have enough data and enough anecdotes at first, because that's all we got.
Yeah.
Right? Anecdotes at first that are parallel. And eventually, when there is enough of that, then the scientific community has to, mobilize and go like, well, this is too weird. This is too much, too many to ignore. That these stories are the same. So whatever reason, they're the same stories, right? And so for the story why I got kicked out, I popped into a space where there was an entity. Generally, my personal experiences are usually, I don't know. You want to?
So even if you don't find hundreds of accounts, this is actually a perfect moment.
Oh, you will, but yeah.
But we can make a prediction, because I can tell you from my daily lives, I do have quite a few, like dozens of people that told me that they had a similar experience. So I bet you that after this episode is released, at this point, you'll see a bunch of comments. You'll see people like, "Oh, that happened to me."
Right.
It really happens very often to people.
Right. So to tell you what happened, I ventured in this space hundreds and hundreds of times, right? And I my personal experience actually is, everybody's is different. I don't have many interactions with entities. I have a different cerebral experience when I'm in there, but I do have, and I did have encounters, nonverbal communications. Some of them I could call a miracle because it had physical effects that affected me later in this agreed upon reality. But just to go to this example, I popped into a space where there was an entity, and this entity was startled by me popping into its space, right? And so in a second that happens, usually what happens with these entities, you have this non-verbal bridge, like sort of like I can read your thought, you can read mine. We are connected immediately. And so I popped in, and I know I startled this creature because it got annoyed with me. So the description that I can give is that the feeling of annoyance, like what are you doing here? What, you know? And in a second that happened, because I knew that this creature was annoyed, the creature also realized that I know. And it almost felt like it corrected itself. Oh, okay, so we have a bridge. So I hear your thoughts, so you have to behave. There was that kind of an exchange, right?
Right.
Now, so the first was a startling, you know, and the second was like, oh, okay, so we are connected. I can hear your thoughts, sort of. You can hear mine. So there's a bridge, and this creature was, again, it's nonverbal, so you just know this. This was the question. If I paraphrase of that, okay, well, you hear what you want to know. And I had this very quick process. It's interesting in that space. Your mind is like a million times faster.
Sorry to interrupt. What did it look like?
You would equate this to almost like the drawings that we see. This creature was tall, and a long face. So it's wearing some kind of a robe. Now, when you jump in this place, the reason I'm saying that I'm hesitant of explaining, because I thought of this, that might be the process of my human interpretation of something. Right. So when I say like how something looks like, there is a possibility that there's an entity, and it's my mind that draws the creature, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes
right?
sense.
Because, you know, we are bound by a visual data set that we have really difficult time to, you know, what you never seen before, can't imagine. It's almost like you can't, you know, see. Yeah. So when I described this, it was a tall creature, looked like had some kind of a rope. I was in a white space, similar arches as the Colosseum would have.
Okay.
Very, very white, foggy place. And again, when we talk about visuals, I am keenly aware that there's a possibility that it's my own mind is creating the visual, interprets something the way I can interpret. What is absolutely obvious, though, that you encounter this energy and there's an exchange, right? So the exchange is that I am aware that, oh, there is a being here, and we have an interaction. That is what you know, Danny was saying. That's my brick. That's my anchor. Mm-hmm. That I know that this is happening. This is unquestionable. The visual is questionable because who knows how that happens. But for me, the appearance was like a tall creature. You know I'm hesitant to say the grayish skin, because it's, you know, we have an idea of ETs, how they look like
the typical gray alien you see in movies.
But it was kind of like that, but tall. Mm-hmm. Very tall, and a longer sort of head, like this was a long kind of head
with a robe.
They shave with some kind of
human.
Kind of, yeah. That's what I mean. Like so that's what I mean. Like I accept that there's a possibility that that's my mind's, you know, translation of the energy or whatever this being is, like the representation. But I saw it as that, and the question was, okay, so what do you want to know? Why are you here? What do you want to know? And in my mind, I played the game immediately. And it was really quick that I played that like, well, I can ask all these questions and the answer actually doesn't matter. That was the strangest thing. Like I came to a conclusion, like, ask what? And what difference it makes. If I know or I don't know, doesn't matter, right? And so I kind of like processed this super quick. And I didn't have a question. I was like, I don't have a question. I was like, I'm just passing through. Right, but when I said passing through, it wasn't like an unconscious response. Like I know that I processed this, that I knew that I lightning fast went through the possibilities, what it is I want to know, and I just came to this conclusion, like, well, it doesn't really matter. Things are, and it is what it is, and I was like, oh, I'm just passing through. I don't really have a question, and this thing got annoyed with me to the point, like, boom, I was out. The experience stopped completely. The vision stops. I was out. I was sitting in my little meditation chair that I sit. And after that, for months, I could not get back in at all, no matter what I would do. So I was just kicked out. And then later on, 4 months-ish period, I went in with this, it went through my meditation cycle, and in that cycle, I was literally focusing like, I need to get back. I need to find out why is this, am I banned permanently? Like I had all these questions, right? So now I had questions out of the sudden, and I wanted to solve this. Like, how do I get back in, right? So I was super focused on that task of getting back in and find out if I can and how. And somehow that unlocked something. Because of my intention. Like there was a very sharp intent that I went in with. And there's, again, the communication comes like, okay, you can't come here anymore without a purpose. You can't, as a tourist,
right.
You can't just pass through. And it's interesting that was the answer, because this creature got annoyed with me because I didn't have a purpose. I was kind of like, well, I'm just passing through. I don't have a question. And that was immediately I was at. So that was the reason. And so the answer was, it wasn't coming from the same being. Like you get in and there are this voice, but again, it's nonverbal. It's just a knowing. Like, oh, I got it. And that was basically the idea of, or the message that you cannot come in here anymore as a tourist. You've been here hundreds of times. This is, if you come, it has to have a purpose. There has to be a function. You can't just come.
I wonder, why did it stand out to you, that particular instance, the being locked out?
I don't know. I just think it's interesting because it's similar to, well, it's interesting that you say a lot of people experience the same thing.
Because this has a feature that we can verify in or agreed upon reality. You can verify it because if you line up a few people who had this experience right now, right here, without any substance, and they're going to say the same thing to you, like, hey, this happened to me, or something similar happened to me. And so, again, this space where we are talking right now is or agreed upon reality with its rules and its rigidity. Right? That we all verify. This table is here, the microphone is here, we're doing a podcast right now. You can't walk to the wall. I mean, Danny definitely can't walk to the wall. He claimed it many times. So, so that's our agreed upon reality. And within this agreed upon reality, you're going to have people who will verify something that happened to them. And this event will be very, very similar. Right? So that something you can latch onto, like, okay, this is tangible because it's happened to many people. And they all talk about it, and the experience is very similar.
Yes. Yeah.
And whatever happens within the space, we can't verify it because you would have to be there. It's kind of like if you dreamt something, I can't verify what you dreamt. And is there a possibility that we both go dreaming and we're going to share some kind of a dream? There are some legends about the Aborigines in Australia that do this supposedly, that they go to sleep together and they interact with each other in their dreams.
Yeah.
Could be a legend, could be, who knows. But there is something like that. And could you verify that?
There's also near-death experiences where people, like, there's been studies where people have been in car accidents together and, like, saw each other in their near-death experience.
Right. Yeah, so there you go. Now, if somebody says this, you're going to say, well, you hit your head. 100 people says this, then you go, okay, I need to look at this.
So this is something that you're touching on that I think is very important. John Chavez from DMT Quest, who got involved with the film, and not like he invested in it, but also he asked us if we would be okay with venturing into some territories like near-death experience or things like this, potentially, if we can be presented with a certain amount of data. So what John is really good at, he's very aware of all the different kinds of research that exists out there. And he made me aware of this. I didn't know this, that apparently what you would call these fringe investigative, sections of science, near-death experience, some people manifesting objects, like things that you would think like, oh, this is some, like Twilight Zone crazy shit. Apparently there's like real data about these things.
Yeah.
And
for the most part, it's kind of being ignored. I have a friend that I know really well, and he had a open heart surgery. And he was very, well, kind of like us. Like he's very open-minded, straightforward, not, like necessarily married to believe anything in particular, but pretty, I would say secular in his dispensation. He came back completely changed. And he said, Danny, I was above my body, the whole shebang. I went to visit my mother in Ireland. I saw her. I know it wasn't a vision. I know I saw her like in real time. He's like, I will never be the same. It's like, because there's a level of realness to it, I guess. I've never had that. I've never had an out-of-body experience, but I understand that sentiment of like the realness of it that is so salient to the person.
I saw a video on YouTube a couple months ago where this guy was explaining how when he was young, he had a near-death experience. Like he was in a car accident, right? And he said he saw some sort of entity, or he communicated with some sort of, I'm a little bit vague on what exactly he said he saw the first time when he was young. But then later he said he went to a mountain with one of his buddies and they did mushrooms. And he said he saw the same entity. And he said maybe it was DMT. It was either DMT or mushrooms. And he said that the entity said, "What the fuck are you doing here? Get out and don't ever come back."
I think I've heard
He
this.
said it was the same thing.
This guy?
Interesting.
Yes. Yeah, this is the guy. It's a 12-minute video. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but it's that's because the reason I bring that up is because I had this guy on here who did this. He basically won this. It was a part of the grant that this dude John Bigelow.
Related to Bam Bam Bigelow.
I
from
smoked
WWF?
DMT while a friend observed. Okay, so it was DMT. While a friend observed along a lake, I went from total fear, out my head, blast off, to total calm and empty, quiet space.
Same entity.
Okay, so
right. Did you have that? Did you have the NDE? Did you have
Never had
experience?
NDE, but I definitely met the same beings.
So I had this guy in here. So there's this guy named John Bigelow who's been like a part of the whole. He's an aerospace billionaire.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Bigelow
he's
Space
really
That's
into
Robert
this
Bigelow.
stuff. Robert Bigelow. What did I call him?
You said John.
John Bigelow. Oh.
Robert.
Yeah, he's building the space.
John Bigelow,
he
male
started with a
gigolo.
space hotel. I remember this back
Yes.
in the X Prize times. Like he was building this space hotel. He was
He's very into the whole alien disclosure movement and all this stuff, and he's got a lot of money. And he basically he put up basically a bounty, like a bunch of money for people who could come up with a theory on near-death experiences and what they were or whatever. And this guy won the prize for it because he was, what was the gentleman's name who he had in here again?
Jeffrey Mishlove.
No, not Jeffrey Mishlove. It was the guy before that. The guy who was talking about the near-death experiences of people together.
Oh, that was Jeffrey Long?
Yeah, Jeffrey Long. Yeah. So he won a bunch of money for his study on these near-death experiences, and he put I think he's had thousands of people together, and he's been studying this for his whole life. And I asked him about this guy who had the DMT experience and told him, don't come back. And he thinks that there's absolutely zero connection
Between
both spaces.
right.
Oh, it's spiritual and DMT space?
But between the near-death experience realm and the
I had
DMT realm.
I'm open to it. I'm on record saying this. Wait, this is a conversation me and Zoltan had back and
I
forth.
had both of those.
You had, right.
I had actual NDE when I hit the truck, right? Which I never saw in my body. Never looked at myself, but I could move in space, and look behind the house, and like I was not bound by. I wanted to look behind a bush, and I just did, and that was not possible. Like that bush was far away, or look behind the house. So it was. I never looked at my body because I was a kid. I didn't know what the hell was going on. But on a MEO5, you can have, like people call it ego death. And I sort of have a theory what actually happens there is that, and it's funny that this comes from the frog. And I'm going to say like, if you have a reptilian mind, right? I just call it reptilian mind, that the basic function, your DOS, operating system, how many times you blink and all that stuff, right? And the feedback system from your body, right? So there's your mind that is not the brain, the mind that is not material, right? So your thoughts and all those processes. And there's a connection between that because those processes tell you like, oh, I gotta run, but how do you know? Like, well, your subconscious, or call it reptilian mind, or call it that the basic operation system told you that you're in danger, so you better run, right? So these two works together, and my theory is that the MeO5 is basically the frog venom severes this connection, so your mind gets zero feedback from the body, or any kind, zero. There's no feedback from the body. And so it will perceive as you died, because all the sensory data that would otherwise coming in just simply not there. And so that's why possibly you experience this state of like, oh, I just died. Like I had that experience. Like I went through that, like, holy shit, it just died.
Where you're not connected to anything back.
Well, you're conscious.
Yeah.
Right. But I had this absolute certainty that I just died. Like it's an absolute certainty, like, wow. And that's the recollection. Same thing. If you research it, people talk about the ego death, or people try to figure out what happens. Some people have it on NDEs, some people have it on MeO5, 5-MeO, and the experience that they talk about is that, like they're trying to, like, I died, and they have this absolute certainty that they did, and I had the absolute certainty, like, holy cow, it just game over. This just ended today. You know.
Well, so you're a perfect person to ask. I do want to ask you about this difference that the guy was describing, because my impression also that the DMT, NN at least, feels very different than what I'm experiencing when I'm deep states of meditation. I've never had near death, but from the descriptions, and again, this is why you're a perfect person to ask, you don't feel that there's a difference in the essence of it, like the digital nature of like how the DMT space feels. Doesn't it feel different to you than what you experienced when you were 12 years old when you hit the truck? Maybe not.
Well,
I'm asking.
Okay, so and in DMT, to me, that there's a, in that space there's a very conscious process that I can direct. Like I'm going in and I know that I'm going here, I'm going there. Like there's a complex processes going on. Like I kind of always talk about, like, look, any psychedelics that exist is you observing something in a theater, right? And you just take a different seat. It's a different angle. So every single opiates to THC to everything that has somehow altered your perception, but you look into the same theater act. Whatever is going on, you just look at it from a different point with different focus. What's important to you now changed, so you see something else. It's what it means is when we talk about, like, you have this filter system.
Yeah.
Right. So every single one of those substances change the filters. What is important, what isn't important. So you look at it a different way. DMT is the backstage pass. Like,
such a good analogy.
What's going on in the theater no longer matters. Now you see how these things are moved, and oh yeah, this guy fly in. There's a rope that he was, So you see how the thing works, right? And then 5-MeO is, you're not in the theater. You look at the whole thing, the whole existence, the whole thing from the outside. Like if NN was the backstage pass, and see how things move, and they're very mechanical in some way, digital, you could even say, that things are built, and there are different level of managements. There is a tour manager. There is a, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like everybody has a function. There are various entities with different functions and levels of consciousness and power. And then all of a sudden, 5-MeO is the elevator to the boss. Like, we're going to the boss. We're going all the way. This is the guy. This is the one consciousness.
Upper management.
No, this is the boss. This is the ownership right here.
God.
This is the boss.
I love how you said it might be the satellite. You're looking at everything from a satellite.
Right. And so you go to the boss. it's everything that is there is here. Right. So that's kind of how I would differentiate this, right? And so on NN, right, the experience is very conscious, and I know that I have complex processes, and I think about things and move things, and I purposely induce certain things, and I have, and I have encounters with creatures. Now everybody's experience is different. There was a time when I asked for help, and I got help from creatures. These were also grayish, bluish creatures, really tall. This was the only time I could.
Wait, that's the thing with your chest?
Yeah,
Oh, that's a wild one.
I can walk around on DMT. I could operate, vehicles I should
fly a jet.
operate. You know what I mean? But so it's completely conscious. This was the
Don't
only.
do it, kids.
Yeah, no, just
Do
don't.
not try
But
this at home.
but it takes experience and hundreds of times to being there. But this was the only time when I was pushed back. Like a lot of people, smoke DMT and they lay back and experience it that way. I sit in a meditation position. This was the only time I got pushed back. Like I forcefully, like I felt like woof, just flat. But I went into that space for a reason. Like I had this anger, and I couldn't explain. And I'm meditating since I was a little kid, right? So it's not normal. My general, being is not. Things just are, whatever, right? And it's really an alien experience to me that I had this pertaining, just this anger. Like I would wake up almost every day, like there was this anger, and it was weird because I had an outside perspective of it. Like I realized, okay, engine light is on. Why is it on?
Yeah.
Like, I was angry, but it was sort of an external experience still. Like there was an anxiety. Like I would just do this all day. Like it's just. So I knew that okay, engine light is on. There's something's wrong. I'm angry and anxious, and I am perceiving that. And in a weird way, I compartmentalize it. It doesn't affect what I'm doing, but it's just there. That's what I mean. Like engine light is on, so I'm aware that something, and it was not going away. It just kept happening day after day after day, for like 3, 4, 5 weeks. And so, and I meditate, I do my things, and I'm like, let's clear it, and I would clear as much as possible, but it just creeps back. Like, what the hell? And so I had this wild idea, like, you know what? Let's go into the space and let's find out.
Let's go meet the mechanic.
let's see the doctors, right? And I went into this with this was after I got back. This was after I kicked out. So this is, to me, this is again a reason that I'm coming in a space with consciousness, with a purpose. I came into this with a purpose, and this was this is what I lay my brick when I say this happened, right? And I'm gonna anchor that this happened. I was sitting there and I felt like forcefully I was pushed back, which is not normal to me. Like I fell back, and there were these giant, tall creatures around me. I looked up and they were, if I would gauge, 20 foot plus, just huge creatures, right? Kind of hovering over. They had these long hands. And I literally saw that they grabbed something. There was to the lack of it's an ugly potato was right here with a long stinger. Like it's almost like a mosquito's head. It was like some weird thing. Then I saw it. And then they grabbed this thing and they start pulling it. And I could see this stinger coming out of my chest. It was going through my body. And they were pulling this out. Right? And then just carried it away. And where is verifiable to me that I felt it. I felt how I kind of relaxed. And I'm like, wow. And the anxiety leaving me. So and I can cut ahead of the story that after this whole anxiety and anger just went away. So verifiably this happened because also the agreed upon reality thing that was happening to me stopped. So I know that there is a physical proof that no longer this anxiety, anger was no longer there.
Wow.
And so they grabbed this thing, they took it away, and this is the difference between 5-MeO and NN.
This was 5-MeO.
This is NN.
Oh, this is NN. Okay.
Because I can have a completely conscious, logical conversation. Why you don't really have that on 5-MeO? It's you going to the boss and language and all that stuff stops. Right? And here I got the packets of data. Like, okay, this is a thing that you guys, meaning humans, you call these demons, but it's not a thing with a bad intention. It's not a demon. That's you just call it a demon. And so what this is, it's like, when sharks are swimming, they have the little fish goes around them, and then they grab whatever left over. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so that's what it is. You have a certain frequency, you put out a certain energy, and there are entities that will be attracted to that. So technically it's a parasite. right? So parasite that something pissed you off, let's say, and then you are on that frequency. You're angry and you're on that frequency. And there are going to be parasites or creatures that are attracted to that. You're leaking that now. And then they will be around and they feed on that as long as you're angry. Mm-hmm. Once your anger is gone, they have no more food. They will be gone. But if you're angry today and tomorrow and after tomorrow, and it keeps happening, something bothers you and you keep yourself in this state, these entities, these parasites start to become familiar with you. And they don't have much, this was all told to me. They don't have a lot of complex processes, but enough for them to know that, okay, this is my food source now, and I'm here for a while, and I'm start to be familiar with this creature that's giving me this food. And so all we have to do is getting him in a position where he's pissed, and then he will leak this food. And so bad stuff starts happening to you because they're not complex creatures, but they can, to some degree, affect what happens in reality. Wow. Right? So because they can affect your mental processes, because now your little demons are attached to you, right? And you live your life, but your mental process is not completely unaffected. So that's basically what they said. These creatures are affecting your mental processes enough to steer you just a little bit into the direction that you will be angry or dissatisfied. So therefore you will generate that frequency, that energy that they feed on. So these creatures were basically telling me like, okay, we remove this thing, but be careful. Do not, chill. Don't get back to this particular frequency. Be very conscious of it because they will be back. Wow. So that was and they removed this thing. And then after that, like it was just gone. Like a month worth of anger and unaccounted anger. I don't know what I was angry about. Or this anxiety that I don't know. I have no problems. I don't know where it is coming from. Yeah. So that's why this was strange, and so I used NN DMT for this process, and this is what happened. And I don't care. 8 billion people can argue about this. I don't give a crap. Right. This happened. Right. I experienced this. Yeah. I don't care what you got to say about this. This happened to me, right? And it's verifiable, and I can verify it in the agreed upon reality right here. I'm not anxious, not angry, and I was for about a month, unexplainably, right? So those are those experiences when we gotta drop the anchor, like, hey, it happened. Nobody can take this away from me. This happened, right? And so, so like this was just an example of entities and how that process works. In NDMT, for me, it's rare that I come across entities. To me, it's it's a very cerebral. And there are places I go to. Like there is this place I would go to where I call it the ecstasy of existence. Like it's almost like a giant structure, and I am aware that there are a lot of beings are in there, non-formal. Like these are not like the entity that kicked me out. I had a full vision of like a figure, right? These are almost like non-figurative or like what would be the word for it?
They don't have a form.
They don't, formless. Just I just feel the energy, and there are thousands of them in there just whirling, and they're like in this state of ecstasy, of almost like they realize that we exist and how amazing that is. And so generally that's my process. I go to the NN space
with an intention.
First, I body check. The first hit is always, am I clear to go? Meaning, it's like, Houston, all systems are good. Are we angry? Are we distracted? Are we cool? Am I sharp? Am I focused? This has to be the first. So I'm not distracted. If I'm distracted with something, then I stay in this space. I will not take a second hit.
Okay.
I will stay there. And then I simply can find this place, and I go there, and I just exist, and there is this ecstasy sort of feeling. So I would, and I know this place. I go if my system check is not coming back clear, there's an engine light on, washer liquid missing, whatever the frick it is, right? Then I'm staying here, and I'm gonna go to this place, and I just have this renewed, happy sort of place, and I just stay there. If everything is cool, then we go further. And then those processes are very cerebral. It's rare for me that I see entities and encounter. It's all these mental abstract processes. Now, 5-MeO, none of this happens. This is elevator straight up. There is nothing in between. It just goes to dissolution and entering this space where everything is just this one thing.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, it's really cool to listen to you describe this stuff. Like, it seems like you're using it as a tool to enhance every part of your life.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And I mean, you're a great example of that, just by the fact that all the things that you do and the success that you've had. It's so interesting to me. Like, and I think you said earlier that there's and I've described this to you too, like there's this lingering effect afterwards, after you do it maybe a few times, and like when you get back into the real world, where maybe you're a little bit more tapped into something else, and maybe your antenna is a little stronger each time you do it, that kind of helps you with solving problems. Do you experience that?
Yes. The form of that is, so once this is a very similar space to where meditation takes you. I just feel like this is a fast tracking those things, right? But it's very similar. And you realize that what all this is about, reinforcing and optimizing your being, not just your physical being, but your mental process and the witness. The witness is that thing I told you about, where I can, especially 5-MeO, actually, that's one space when it's very obvious. Like, you have your body, your mind, which is all the lexical data that you collected, what you were taught, all those things, all your experiences on this planet, how to operate, everything that you know about things is your mind. But there's another layer, the witness, that sort of drives it all. So I would, people can call it the soul, the spirit, or whatever you want to call it, but there is this other thing that is just there, right? And then you can be very aware this differentiation. Like, my very first 5-MeO years and years ago was, I definitely had this experience of like, okay, my body and then my mind was freaking out, like, oh, we're not going there. Like, they knew that the road is ending for them. Yeah. Like, the body, like, I'm dying. The mind is like, whoa, am I dissolving? What's going to happen here? Like, what happens to me? That was that, freak out. And then, but then I noticed, but I am also witnessing all this. And the witness felt indestructible. And later in, for, many other 5-MeO experiences, I got to get a hold of that. Like, okay, I got it. I can't really die. That the witness is permanent, right? And so that witness, that spirit, whatever you call it, that attention, that is inherently you. It's just, no matter what happens, this exists. And then the more you go there, the more obvious that this exists. So what you're going to get out of it? One is that you stop being afraid of dying. Because it's not just you think, I don't have to believe that I can die. I know I can't. Because I was there.
Yeah. Well, the body can, but
yes, but but that thing can't, right? And so you
soul, you think that soul just gets put into another container?
Yes, and then you just you know. And then when you experience it, it's obvious. Like, you kind of laugh about or chuckle about, which I had. Like, that's funny. Like, I'm just laughing out loud while I'm in the space, because it's funny. Like, how we didn't know that, so how do we, So there's that you reinforce that understanding, and when you stop being afraid of things, that's obviously helping. So that's 5-MeO. And then you have these processes, right? And in these processes, you can optimize yourself. Like, it's very obvious, like, oh, how everything happens. Even human emotions and how they're structured, right? Like, you have this moment of realizing that I exist, that flash of like, I'm here. The very next feeling will be fear of losing that awareness. of being. And then you understand that every single thing that exists in human emotions is rooted in one of these: existence and the fear of not existing.
Yes.
And so negative, from jealousy to fear, everything that's negative in this yin and yang is connected to the fear of losing something, but ultimately your existence, ultimately your consciousness. And everything that's positive is I exist and need to enjoy that, love, care, all those belongs to that. And then the whole play is the interaction between these two.
Mm-hmm.
If I can tell you that existence, the one that the fear shadows, cannot be taken away from you, then now you can start knocking at these negatives. Because if I don't have to be afraid of dying or non-existing, then all these negatives that are rooted in the shadow of existence can be just throw them out. Not unnecessary, right? And then beyond that, also there are processes that how repeatable miracles, right? That's what I meant by, it doesn't matter if I wanted to be a snowboard champion or a guitar player, that the principles are the same, right? And so you start to see the patterns of like, that's how this works. So yeah, there's definitely weaponization,
Yes.
you know what I mean?
Yes.
Of this, okay, right? I can do this and I can, perform, miracles, so to speak. And then in the agreed upon reality space, you have to keep track of the miracles, because keep track of the miracles means something that you wanted happens. Somebody you thought of show up. Something, it happens to everyone. Synchronicities and weird stuff, right? And what happens, because we don't have a physical explanation, we don't have a rule set how that happened, or we just simply don't understand how they happen. What happens, anything, your mind can't hold two ideas that contradict each other. It's not possible for you to believe and not believe in the same time. This is why also...
I don't know if I would agree with that.
Okay, because here's what I'm going to say. If you're on the fence, you don't believe. That's why. So my philosophical answer to that is that either you are in, if you have doubt, you're not in. So either, you know what I mean? It's actually a Buddhist monk told me this. He walked up to me on the street. This freaking happened. A Buddhist monk walks up to me on the street. I just got initiated by these monks a month before. It was a weird time in my life. Monks in New York City, I lived in New York City at the time. The yellow robe tradition, just walk up to me like, oh, hey, you look good. Like they just knew. This was the strangest thing. Anyway, so my monk walks up to me and he goes, do you believe? I'm like, well, I knew what he was asking. And like, sometimes yes, sometimes no. And he was like, well, it's a yes, and everything else around that is a no. Sitting in a fence is a no.
Right.
It's either yes and everything else, you absolute, or everything else is So anyway, so that's my opinion on it. So
yeah, sure. In an instance, it might be right. Yeah, I just feel like you can, you can move between pretty rapidly. That can definitely happen.
That's yes, but yeah, because new information will change what you. So yes, I 100% agree with new information changes what you think instantly if you're not a rigid, petrified person that is holding on to dogmatic crap, right?
Yeah.
But beyond that, what I meant by holding on to your miracles is that when that happens, like I had a close encounter, right? Which if I told you, everybody would think this guy is crazy, right? But it happened with witnesses, so it's crazy. Your mind will try to find an explanation, and if it can't, it will try to erase this because it's contradict your agreed upon reality, right? So what happens to all your miracles when you start thinking about them like 5 years from now? Something crazy happened to you, you start to question yourself, did that really happen? Did I make it up? Did I color this story? Maybe I embellished it a little bit, right? You start questioning your miracles. And I think it's important that you write them down and hold on to them. All the synchronicities, all the weird stuff, and man, because what that teaches you what more and more happens, you more and more open to accept them, and more and more open to accept them, more and more happens. Right? Because you are open to that possibility.
You're noticing that channel, basically.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So what I get out of, I mean, I started with psychedelics in the mid 90s, right? So obviously went down to the psilocybin and the LSD and all that, experimenting. And, I never touched anything until I had a friend who was a professor and I highly respected him, and he started to talk to me about it. And I'm like, if this person that I highly respected, a massive intellectual giant, is talking about this, I need to understand what's happening here. That's kind of what happened with psychedelics. And then, so from the get-go, I never went into that space with like, hey, let's just get fucked up. And, that was never, that I don't do that. It was always intentional, and it always, I always took it, I'm an explorer, and I'm going to sail west, and let's see if we find a continent.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
that was always my thing. So that was always my relation with this. And because of that, I came into this with a scientific mind and the explorer's mind. And so that means you observe, you stay pragmatic, take notes, find patterns. That's how I approach it. And so that's what I've been doing for decades after decades. And so my relation is that to the space. And so because my relationship was that, instead of like, woohoo, party, eventually I could create these structures like, okay, I see processes. Okay, this works. Oh, I can use this. And you know what I mean? And what that happens, what it does, it modifies, 100% modified who I am. In fact, I don't think I'm the same person. I would go as far, like if you can modify yourself genetically, turn on certain genes and turn off certain genes, I'm pretty sure that I have. Right. And, and then I went down to the transcendental meditation and all that stuff as well. Parallel to this, that like you go into that space and with a flashlight, let's see who I am, everything, all the corners, leave nothing unturned, because I have to look at everything that ever happened to me, everything that ever taught to me and told me was embedded when I was a kid. Is that data real? Did I understand it correctly, first and foremost? And was that real? Is that real? Is it verifiable? You were taught, like, don't cross your eyes because it stays that way. Is that true?
Right.
So, I mean, the dumbest little things, everything that was taught to me, I had to go through that process and discover that, is it real or should I discard? That's the point of that. So I transcend into a different person. Everything that, and it's a little bit of a in-between transcendental meditation and the recapitulation of the Carlos Castaneda, sort of the man of knowledge of the Mesoamerican tribes, how they were handling that. There is a process, like how to clean house. So this is the big cleaning house. And so I went through that. And so the combination of exploring new territories through psychedelics, and going through traditional in quote, actually, processes of meditation and the cleaning house, the recapitulation process of let's change who I am, let's optimize, let's build, Warhammer 40K, right? Like let's rebuild, let's build a machine, let's build a war machine that is conscious and can do these things, and how I can give you examples like how, just one of them. Right, so how crazy this process is. Since I was a kid, once I started playing guitar, every time I tune my guitar, I kind of lean away from the guitar. I had this fear of the guitar strings break and hit me in the face. I had this fear, and so I always stayed away from it. I did that my whole life until I find why I'm doing it. So when I was a kid, somewhere around 6-7 years old, we used to have a commercial on TV when a little girl was playing a violin, right? And then playing something, and all of a sudden, like you can ping, the string breaks, right? And then the violin goes, just because she broke a string. And it was a life insurance commercial, right? The metaphor was that anything can happen in life. And we have this, in my language, it makes all the sense that the string of life can break, and, you need life insurance. A 6 years old not going to understand this concept.
Right.
All I saw string breaks, and the little girl that's playing the violin now need life insurance. What happened to her? So ever since, I'm tuning my guitar, leaning away from the guitar because that thing was in there. I was not aware of this until I'm doing my recapitulations, my transcendental meditation. And as I said, it's a big flashlight. You're finding all the dumb shit that you ever thought of or did or been taught of. And so I found this, like, oh, that's why you're doing that. You don't have to do that. That was a metaphor. Throw it out.
Yes.
See what I mean?
Yes.
So that's an actual example of what kind of stuff you find. There's the craziest stuff is in there. Like imagine you and your personality was formed in the first 6-7 years of your life. By who? People were saying they didn't want to tell you the truth because you were a kid.
Right.
So teachers were all lying to you about stuff because they didn't want to tell you the truth. You know, like babies come with a bird and dropped in the chimney, whatever the hell they were telling you, right?
Wait, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, right. Well, you have a bird on the way. So, see what I mean? So there's dumb stuff that was taught to you, and there are irrational fears that were, so all that stuff, you become a person, and the personality of yours was constructed in a time when you were not really conscious of that, right? So it's kind of unbeknown to you who you are.
Yeah.
And that's the point. Let's go back.
Yeah.
Right? And I feel like psychedelics are supercharging that. Like I can really look at things like what's going on here? Who am I? How do I modify this person into the most optimal form?
The reason that what you're saying right now stands out to me is super important is because this is actually something that people can verify for themselves easily. Even in the crazier ways, not in the because everything you just said can still be folded into kind of like the psychoanalytical frame.
Right.
But even in the crazier things, like people don't necessarily have to go into psychedelics because, to be fair, there are worse things than not existing, like suffering forever. So that there are worse things, right?
Okay.
But I take the fear, but everything that Zoltan did in his life revolved around a simple attitude, which is, I'm going to find out for myself. And I think that is such an important thing to emphasize. Recently, I told this to Zoltan yesterday. This was told to me by a friend of mine, and he read it somewhere, so I'm definitely cutting somebody out from the chain of commands that actually uttered the idea. But it's a cool experiment. A friend Nico told me about it. Basically, you sit down in the house before you do some mundane task. Bank, store, whatever it is that you're about to do, okay? Sit down, close your eyes for a second. Envision yourself with everything you're wearing as accurately as possible where you're going to be. If it's at the bank, in front of the teller, doing whatever you're doing, okay? If it's at the store, maybe the cashier doing the checkout. Whatever it is that you're going to be doing. Envision yourself there and then say, please deliver me there safely. Simple. Then when you're at that spot, standing in front of the teller in the bank, you don't have to close your eyes, obviously. You look retarded, but envision yourself on that couch 10 minutes earlier, sitting there, talk to yourself in the past, say, thank you for delivering me here safely. So what's interesting is that you basically create a portal. You communicate to existence, I understand how this works. I know at the moment, from my limited perspective, I think of it as like, oh, what do you mean? I just got up and I went to the bank. No, it's an occurrence that happened because you had an aim, you had a vision, you stayed with it. It's a simple one that you do all the time and you can accomplish easily, but you're signifying that you understand how it actually works, which is you have an intention, you have an energy you're putting into the intention, and you're staying on it for a particular amount of time until it occurs exactly how you wanted it to happen. You don't necessarily know how you're moving your hand or moving your body, or you just kind of accept it to be true. But what actually happened when you wanted to go to the bank is that you had all these ideas about going there, and then you had an impulse, and you stayed with that impulse. The point is that when you start communicating to yourself across time this way, quote unquote, you're starting showing, wait, can I do this with a thing that I don't necessarily expect to happen? This is where you start playing with it. This is what I mean by anybody can verify this. The practice is that you're supposed to be expanding the amount of miracles or synchronicities that can happen to you, and you can test this. So then you go, okay, next time I'm going to the bank, I'm going to imagine, I'm going to do the same, deliver me there safely, but I'm also going to envision something that might not happen. Like I'm going to see somebody with a pink hat or something. If you show up to the bank and somebody has even clothes, something pink, distinctly pink on their head, go, oh, interesting. Thank you for delivering me here safely. Also, yes, interesting. And then you start playing with it. Okay, how far can I take this? I'm going to the bank. I'm gonna meet somebody on the way, and I'm gonna have some kind of a big life change. And you start believing in it because you're like, yeah, well, dude, that was crazy. Like, why would they have a pink thing on their head? And now you start playing with it. Try this.
Right.
Try this. Anybody can try this. Testing the matrix.
I had this dude on here, Eric Wargo, who wrote a book called Time Loops. Have you heard of it?
No.
Fascinating book he wrote about basically the idea of how time is like a loop. And what he started doing was he started recording his dreams down, and then shit that was happening in his dreams was happening in his future. Right.
Whoa.
So like, and then he also points out all these times in history where people had dreams that actually happened, like where people like that were like jotting down their dreams, had things happen. For example, and even around big events, the Titanic, there was multiple people who had dreams about the Titanic sinking, even somebody who wrote a book about it right before it happened. There was right before. Yeah.
That's a thing?
Pull it up, Steve. Steve's got it.
That's crazy.
Also, before 9/11, there was hundreds and hundreds of people who woke up and talked about having dreams about towers being taken down by airplanes before 9/11 happened. And like the idea is the future predicts the past
as well as the other way
around.
It's
right?
one system that communicates to itself across all the time back and forth and just one block. Yeah.
Right.
Or there is no time.
Or there is no time and it's just one block universe.
So like if you know, or if your future self is projecting, is somehow communicating with your past self, saying like, oh, I'm successful, I've done all these things, I've achieved all these amazing things, you somehow have this intuition that like, I need to become this. This is what I like, this intuitive thing you can't really describe, that you know is your path and your journey, right? But what it really is your future self communicating with you. And he has this whole, I'm fucking this up a little bit.
No, I'm in full agreement with that. And I think it's just that the more you have these check marks of like, that worked. Yeah. Again, in Zoltan's example, it's very pronounced because he knew he was going to be a rock star when he was like 14, right?
Right.
So, but he knew. It's not like he just postulated. He communicated that across time to say, I know that well enough to know that just to step into that frame.
Yeah.
Is there a world line for a version of Zoltan that didn't get there? Yes. It's the one that didn't postulate it strongly enough.
Right.
So now that sounds like one of these, parallel universes.
Right.
Test it.
Multiverse.
Try it. It's not, it costs you nothing to try this, right? And I promise you there's going to be something there that's going to occur. And again, don't fall into any like silly trap of like, well, I wanted to see some silly hat, but then I went outside and on the way back home, I saw a pink bubble gum. That doesn't count. Like, be fair with with your assessments.
Right.
But the more you're fair with your assessments and like you're a better manifester.
Yeah.
It's just that you're better in envisioning things and connecting to them in a way that will actually make it happen.
And when you pay more attention to them, they happen more. And I gave just Google the book, Steve. Google the Titanic book that came out before the Titanic sunk.
Sorry.
You want a water or something? Steve, we grab him a liquid death.
Liquid death. It is.
So I was explaining this thing that happened to me recently where I'll get you the water.
Right.
There's this dude who is friends. We got any left?
Yes.
Nice. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you. Awesome.
There's this guy who's my dad worked at the post office with forever. And I see the guy, sometimes when I go to my parents' house, he's there. I see him maybe like 3 times a year, something like that. Right? He's just like this funny New Yorker guy. I never think about him. I mean, that's mean to say, but I don't really like. He's on the very far periphery of like people in my life, right? Not somebody I think about every day. I happened to be driving home one day, and a random thought popped into my head about him. Like his voice popped into my head, saying I was imagining how he would react to something I knew was going to happen in the future. Like I knew I was going to see him in the near future, and I was just thinking about like what our interaction would be. So random, it popped into my head. No reasonable explanation to why that thought popped into my head. 10 seconds later, he calls me.
Right.
The dude's called me 5 times in the last 15 years.
Those are the miracles I'm saying that you have to keep track of, so your mind does not delete them as unexplainable phenomena, because your mind is not comfortable. That's why I kind of said that it doesn't like conflicting information. And in our everyday reality, we're not talking about miracles. We're not talking about these things. It's not a thing that everybody just agrees. So it kind of goes against the grain of general agreed upon reality. But they happen. And so the more you keep track of them, the more you solidify them. No, that happened. That happened. Do not erase this data. Do not bleach bit or whatever. Keep this data, right?
Yeah.
The more you have, the more accustomed you are to the miracles. And so the more you can perform. And once you accomplish a bunch of impossible things, in turn, any task is in front of you, you're no longer thinking about, which is the enemy. You no longer have doubts. Oh, I'm going to do that. I have no doubts. That's what Danny was referring to. We had this conversation that, when did you know? And I'm like, I was a kid. I knew exactly what I was going to do. There was never a moment in my life when I thought it might not happen. Never.
Right.
Not for a second. And I would say that is the weaponization of your intent. So intent is a really interesting thing, because let's say, to give you a pragmatic example, you get up in the morning and say, I'm going to go get some bread. That's my intent. I'm going to go and get bread. You get in your car, you get a phone call from your friend, he gets a flat tire. Well, I'm going to go help him. Then some time passed, and are you hungry? Yeah, sure, let's go eat. Like, you go to eat. So as you see, the path is really convoluted. You're all over a city. As long as you didn't forget for a second that you left your house for bread, right? You're good. Because the path to success is not a straight line. The path to achieving the things you want is not a straight line. Life will knock you around. But the important part is that vision. The intent has to stay there, unfazed. That light is there forever until you achieve that. And then once you achieve that, check mark, I got it. You fulfill that cycle. And then you probably have more goals, more things that you want to do. And every single time you fulfill one, you check mark those and keep track of them. But I did that. That was impossible, yet we're here. All those miracles. And then what happens, that's just the record keeping for your own mind. So you're not habitually delete these things, and you believe in your own miracles. But in turn, what happens to you is that whatever vision I have, whatever I want to do, I don't have the automatic question of, yeah, but that's not possible. That's maybe too difficult. Oh, it's going to cost a lot of money. Oh, I don't know the right people. I don't have those thoughts. Zero. Silence. I have a goal. I focus on it, and I'm going to go and get it.
Right.
I don't have the doubt process.
Yes.
And the reason I don't have the doubt process, because since I was a kid, I'm practicing this. Keep track of the miracles.
And there's a state of mind and being that amplifies these things. So definitely with DMT and with certain meditative states, I don't know if you know this, but all the participants in the DMTX study in Imperial College, I hope I'm not confabulating this, but I'm pretty sure that Alexander Boehner in his book, The Bigger Picture, is described, he was one of the test subjects, and he is talking about, I think he said all of them, experience an incredible uptake in these synchronicities, even before they started the actual tests. So like I think it was like a month before that they all started experiencing crazy synchronicities during and a few months after, like tapered off. And when you're on certain, like, I guess, calm states or like after deep meditative states, all of a sudden, all of these things are much more pronounced. You can see them, but at the same time, you see that you just flow through them. You're not even trying to grab them or anything like this. There's this thing that people call Burning Man magic. It's a real thing. It's like when people go to Burning Man, there's this insane uptick in synchronicities that happen there that are way outside of the realm of just chance. And I think it's because that everybody are kind of in a particular state that it just kind of makes these things happen. But again, this is, anybody can test this. You know, Ricky Gervais famously said, I don't know why, because he started kind of late in his life, And he said, I don't know why, but I just knew it's all gonna be all right. Like never, even when we had no money, like I was just like,
isn't it weird? It's like something when you have this knowledge, like this deep knowing of what's gonna happen, right? How it's gonna end up. It dictates your actions to get there, right? It like dictates every move you make in your life. Like I have a similar feeling when I was young, which is what I think is the reason that in my life, when I have big goals that I wanted to do or to achieve, the analogy I use is I always dove into the swimming pool before it was full of water, and I would just fucking like, I would have to make sure or somehow believe that water would fill up before I got in the pool. Where I make the big leap, right? Knowing that it's possible, that I could land and lose, I could miss my mark and lose everything, but I'm like fucking hoping to God that I'm gonna land on solid ground, you know? And I always find a way to land on solid ground, and I don't like I always take the risk.
You burn the boats.
And there are the patterns again.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Burn
all the boats. But there are the patterns again. Look at the patterns.
Yeah.
Right. The pattern is like, let's say we talk about creative visualization. It's a thing. People talk about it. Books were written about it. The principles are the same. Right. The universe yield to willpower. Right. Countless books about that, countless thoughts about that. If you look at the underlying patterns again, you're gonna find, there's something here, right? And so again, to weaponize it and make it in a pragmatic, practical practice, there is something about following one side of this fence. Either you are happening to this world, or this world is happening to you. And it's a mind state, and you have to make a choice. And if typically, when people, if I come from a pragmatic perspective, which that's the side I live on, and that's the choice I made, I was born into this world. Allegedly, it was here before I came. Right? We don't know, actually. But allegedly, there's a history. Allegedly is not a software that was downloaded into me. Like, it's not like I just started to play Call of Duty and all the buildings were there for whatever reason because a programmer put it there. Right? So you could argue about, like, was it really here? But let's say, I was born into this world. The world was already here. That means I am impacting this world. Whatever I'm going to say, do, whatever activities I'm going to have in this world, I am changing now its course because I'm here. Right? So I'm an impactor, right? And if I take that side and I accept it, like, okay, that means it also comes with responsibility. Whatever I'm going to do will affect permanently this physical reality, and it will have long-lasting impact, right? So I'm responsible for the things I will say and do in this world. That's one side. Or, well, the victim mentality of like, I'm here and why did this happen to me? Why me? Why me? And if you look at people, they fall on one side of the story. The victim mentality is, I'm here, all these things are happening to me. And, I see why it's easy to take that side, because data is flying at you 24/7. So you because you're the perceiver, it's easy to take that stance, like, I'm here and I'm perceiving all these things and all these things are happening and all these things happened to me and stub my toe and it's your fault, not the couch, right? But and the people do this to me and that, and then you pick that side, and so you're a traveler. You're not a traveler, a passenger. You're a passenger in this, and generally those people don't really go far in life. You're a passenger. You're a victim.
Totally.
Or you say, no, I'm here. You guys have to live with me now.
Yeah,
I'm here. I arrived, and it sounds like, well, that's an egoistic point of view. Yeah. I am here. That's what the ego I am. I'm here, and I am going to impact this world, and I'm going to live by my rules as much as possible. I'm going to do the things I want to do, right? And if you are solid in that side, you will succeed. You have to, because you also take responsibility. Like, anything that happened to me, right, is my fault or my achievement. If I was in the wrong place in the wrong time, even that, some sign I missed, something I didn't read, some I was there, I got myself there. I didn't accidentally appeared somewhere out of nowhere without my will being involved. So I take full responsibility for everything there is in my life, right? That mentality, that path will make you successful. There's no other way. And now couple that with this idea of unbending intent. Whatever I focus on now, I'm not going to take my eyes off of it. Even though I'm understanding that I will have to do a million other things, but not for a second I forget I'm going for the bread that I ended in the morning.
You still left the house to go get that bread.
And all these things, you can find it through, again, meditation or the spiritual processes, right? Or you can shortcut it because you can find it in those spiritual realms through psychedelics as well. And the two together are actually pretty powerful because one enforces the other. One verifies the other. And then you always have this world, this agreed upon reality when I can check it. Did this work? Right? It wasn't like, well, let me read your palm and,
Right.
And then this is verifiably, I wanted to do that, happen. I wanted to experience that. And then the more and more you have, the more and more will happen. You just open the door for that. That's an actual mechanical process.
Well, guys, we just did a 4-hour podcast.
No way. Really? Oh my god!
I think that's a perfect spot to end this.
I didn't realize
this has been a mind melt of a conversation, man. I appreciate you guys both for coming and doing this.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for having us.
Zoltan, it was fucking awesome meeting you, brother.
Same here.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, yes, of course. Tell people where they can find out the next thing you're doing with the DMTX experiment. And or not the DMT experiment, the laser
Code of reality,
the laser code of reality experiment.
So they can always go to the website codeofreality.com. We have a new website coming up right now, and Dango Thoughts on YouTube, DANGO Thoughts. And Code of Reality Inc. is basically going to be now an official thing, and we're going to be working to actually, bringing the right kind of minds together. Yeah. We have incredible minds coming into the space from literally, well, I don't know how many of them I can talk about yet, but from scientists to people who are just higher level thinkers and software engineers, and we really have incredible people that are coming online, and we're very excited about bringing everybody together and encouraging more entities around us to also do more of the same, more of investigative processes that are more open-minded and more also, I guess, open-hearted. So not so much rigid with what they believe is true, including more things. And Zoltan, I guess you're a famous person.
but Zoltan, where can people find your? We need to get your band some more views. Where can we?
It is a very family-friendly name of Five Finger Death Punch. It actually came from a kung fu movie, but it's a manifestation.
Did you
of
create
all
that
these
name?
Things. Well, yes and no. I mean, it's there was an old kung fu movie, Five Fingers of Death.
Oh,
and then remember the 5, what was it, the 5-point exploding heart technique in Kill Bill, right?
Oh yeah.
I was literally watching that movie and I'm like, man, that sounds so ridiculous. It should be a band name. So here we are, right? So you look at it and the .com wasn't taken because it was so crazy, right? So it's both the best and the worst band name on the planet. Because
that is pretty incredible.
Well, when some old lady sitting next to me, right? Some old lady sitting next to me on the airport and ask me oh, you look like a musician. I'm like, oh, here we go. I'm gonna have to tell her, so I'm gonna preface it so do you know what kung fu is? Because otherwise you get the faces. But look, yes, that's the manifestation of all that what we are talking about. So that's a vehicle for me. But what Danny was saying, I would add to that, that's exactly what has to happen. I think we need to achieve a critical mass. That means high achievers and high level thinkers, the intellectual giants need to come together and explore this. There are a lot of people involved. There are a lot of them are already there, and most of them will not yet speak out. I was silent about it for over 2 decades because it just wasn't the time. There was not a right now we can talk about encounters with with extraterrestrials, and people no longer think that you're crazy. 20 years ago,
Right.
you definitely was. I had experiences that had witnesses, and we were like, holy cow, this is actually happening, right? That 20 years ago, I couldn't even open my mouth about.
Yeah.
And then, so this psychedelic space was kind of similar. So as I said, we reaching that space where end of childhood, and then we need to pull together the people so we can achieve the critical mass, and we start to define the agreed upon rules or reality of that space. The same way we define what
Yes.
this is, right? There are rules there. There are happenings that and visions and things that we see and experience that are verifiable by massive amount of people. So that means there is a rule set. This is real. There is something here that is important. And what's more important than try to find these answers? Why are we here? What is happening? What is perception? What is going on? Really, that is the underlying question on everything else. Everything that exists around us from science to everything is basically a form of discovery of that very basic original question. What is going on?
Yep.
What is this? Why? What are we? Why? What's our
Right.
purpose? That. I don't think there is a more important question than that.
I agree. And I think what you guys are doing is really pushing the conversation forward in a big way. So
Awesome.
we should definitely do this again down the road, man. It'd be super
Absolutely.
fun.
Hopefully we have fun things to update on.
Oh, yeah, man. All right, guys.
Thank you, Danny.
Good night,
All right.
everybody.